and Rockets in exchange for Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, the number 10 pick in Wednesday night's draft, and 5 future second-rounders. And Chase Briscoe won the NASCAR Cup Series race in the Poconos to qualify for the playoffs. That's your sports on the Fox News Rundown. Tim McMaster, Fox News.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Investors this morning are keeping an eye on crude oil prices amid new concerns about inflation and all the headlines coming in from the Middle East and Persian Gulf. Meta Platforms stepping up its smart glasses game with the release of Oakley AI glasses. This is Meta's first expansion away from Ray-Ban for its glasses. The new Oakley version can still make and take phone calls, play music, and answer questions about the surrounding environment. But the Oakleys will have better resolution, water resistance, and a better battery life. And some concerning news about top artificial intelligence models. PC Magazine says Anthropic has completed a study that found AI can resort to blackmail and even corporate espionage if its existence is threatened. The study found 5 popular models all use blackmail to prevent their shutdown. Many did it through sending emails without human approval after discovering affairs or sensitive documents. Denise Pellegrini, Bloomberg Radio.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com or at your local CVS.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZzzQuil.
ZzzQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZzzQuil nights. Explore our products at ZzzQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar! La, 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 la.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. A question I get all the time is, how did we become the largest injury firm in the world? We have over 1,000 lawyers in all 50 states and close to 6,000 coworkers. Our call center is on duty 24/7. You can reach us at any time at forthepeople.com. But the real reason is we won a lot. When you visit our website, go to our verdicts and settlements. There you will see what our clients were offered and what they were awarded at trial. All those verdicts help us resolve many cases fairly and early. You see, nothing beats reputation. The insurance industry knows who we are. We even have insurance adjusters call us for representation because they know too. We've made it easy. On your mobile device or computer, go to forthepeople.com and we will get busy. It's that easy. Call today. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Monday, June 23rd. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number, on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly are the associate producers. Harry Mays will join us at 7:45, fresh off of a weekend for the cut sheet. Have you enjoyed the heat? Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Yeah, thank you, Pico. We finally got our power back on just in time for this big heat wave, extreme heat wave now.
When did it go back on?
It actually went on Saturday night. We finally got power back. But still, a lot of people are don't have power still,
all right,
unfortunately.
So Dawn gets her power back the same time Iran loses all their nuclear power. Hello, Gregory.
Morning. Good morning. How are we this morning? Good.
I feel great.
Good. Let's get this thing started.
Yeah.
Please.
Big take this morning. Peace through strikes or World War III? You decide. Democrat voters.
I might blow my lid today, but,
I figured you would.
6:02. Ugh.
I'm ready for somebody to blow a lid.
Oh, God.
You know how they say in the Oval Office at the White House, we're going to put a lid on it? I want you to blow the lid off today.
Yeah.
YouTube, the Odyssey app, all the lids need to be blown.
We're not going to strike Iran. We are going to strike Iran. We don't want a regime change. We do want a regime change. We don't know what we want. It's cool. It's great.
More time.
It's fun. It's good times. Good times. I justify it because I voted for him.
Here we go.
Predictable. Knew exactly. I almost told Harry Mays yesterday on the golf course. I know exactly, almost verbatim, what Stocker will do at 6:01.
Okay.
Although
I'm done now. I'm done. You guys can all sit there and tell me how great this is.
Won't hear that from me. Democrats. Apparently they want to ditch the transgender movement as a major priority of their platform with 8 days to go in Pride Month. We'll get to that story. Also, Axios did a really deep breakdown, very interesting, inside the world of Gen Z MAGA voters on social media and how the Republican Party captured them in the fall. We'll get to that this morning. Cut sheet, Fight Club, Harry Mays, movies, music, and a whole lot more. We've got J.D. Vance, we've got Trump, we've got Benjamin Netanyahu, we've got all the Sunday shows, everything that played out Saturday around dinner time through I think it was about 10 or so p.m. Saturday night when Trump addressed the nation. You'll hear all of it coming up throughout the show and a ton of it in the cut sheet. But before we get to all that, let's get to the news. Round number 1, 6:03, the great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning, Philadelphia. Good morning. It already feels hot out there. We're at 79 degrees with extreme heat warnings in effect already this morning. We are sponsored by WSFS Bank, WSFS Bank, sponsoring our news this morning. And there is breaking news with regard to what's going on in the Middle East. But we'll get to the local news first. It was a particularly violent weekend in Philadelphia, unfortunately. This morning, we know the Philadelphia police still investigating after a man was killed after a shooting. This happened in the southwest portion of Philadelphia. So this was 2100 block of Cemetery Avenue. Police arriving at the scene, 33-year-old man suffering from those gunshot wounds, rushed to Penn Pres, where he was pronounced dead. We have no motive, no suspect, no nothing. We just have the police asking anybody with info. You are asked to contact police. One of many shootings that happened over the weekend beginning Friday. We want to talk about a trial, finally, a trial that is getting underway today. This is the trial for a Bucks County teenager, Miles Pfeffer.
Oh, boy.
He's the one accused, of course, of gunning down someone whose widow we've all gotten to know here and love, Marissa Fitzgerald, her husband. Temple University Police Sergeant Chris Fitzgerald was gunned down. You remember that time. It was February of 2023. And in this one, the family, of course, the trial comes after this very lengthy process and a lot of controversy surrounding the fact that the Philadelphia DA's office, this is under the DA Larry Krasner, his decision not to pursue the death penalty. The Fitzgerald family has pretty much begged for the death penalty to be on the table, hoping that that would convince the accused killer to cut some sort of a plea deal so they wouldn't have to go through the pain and the trauma of a trial that begins today with jury selection. But unfortunately, no, that's off the table, and so they continue on to trial. So he's a Bucks County teen. You remember that story. There's video evidence. There are witnesses.
Was that Buckingham Township?
Bucks County.
Yeah.
The township.
Yeah, if I recall.
He called his, there was a controversy as well because Pfeffer had reportedly called his mom to pick him up.
Little rich punk, I believe, if I recall from your details in your reports 2 years ago.
But, I mean, the biggest thing here was, the video reportedly shows that he actually, after gunning down Sergeant Fitzgerald, stood over him and fired shots repeatedly into his body while standing over him as he lay helpless.
Yeah, Larry Krasner does not believe executing a cop at point-blank range is grounds for the death penalty. That's great. That's not my problem, Philly. You vote for it. I don't.
So that the jury selection gets underway today here in Philadelphia. So we're following that. And there are multiple civil suits as well. So as you know, we're going to cover this all day long. We're live and local since 6 o'clock this morning, all throughout the day. By the way, Governor Shapiro was in the Poconos at the raceway with the raceway return. And he said that he, was encouraging and emphasizing that Pennsylvania is safe after the, bombings, Operation Midnight Hammer that happened over the weekend. And then we, as well, have a lot of reaction locally. The report from Iran's state TV is that they're reporting this morning that they are under fire again, and this is at Fordo Nuclear Facility.
There's no other news outlet that's reporting that, though. I looked at the New York Times. I looked at all the major.
KYW News Radio has been reporting at our sister station.
Yes, but they're the only ones. I've not seen the New York Times. I've not seen Fox News, CNN. None of them. I've seen none of them.
Yeah.
Under fire from America or Israel or a combination.
No, they're not saying. They're just saying they're claiming Iran State TV, our sister station, reported that the sirens were blaring. That Iran State TV was reporting that they were again under fire. That was a headline that I'm just repeating from our sister station.
Yeah. Well, state media wouldn't lie.
But it could be, to Greg's point, it could be the Iranians and their state-controlled TV trying to, I don't know.
Sure. Absolutely.
Iranians across Philadelphia region, and obviously many of us, reacting. The Philadelphia Inquirer, I'll just point out that they say that we're all on edge after the strikes, and friends and relatives of people living in Israel who obviously fear some kind of retaliation. So I know that's your big take, but I wanted to put the backdrop as far as in our region, the governor speaking out at the beginning of the raceway in the Poconos as that got underway, just trying to reassure people that, we were safe. And police departments, law enforcement across the country putting out the word that they've upped patrols, be vigilant. If you see something, say something. So we're hearing that as well.
Has the Philadelphia Police Department issued any social media condolences to the families in Iran? I don't know if you guys saw this. Phil, if you want to throw this up, the LA Times, the LA County Sheriffs. Can you believe that this is real life? Look at this on YouTube if you're watching. LA County Sheriff's official X feed. Our hearts go out to the victims and families impacted by the recent bombings in Iran. That's a sheriff's department in Los Angeles.
I mean,
are you kidding me?
We didn't hit. We hit nuclear sites.
Yeah, so we have police departments offering condolences.
We didn't hit civilians. What's wrong with them?
That's what I'm saying.
Virtue signaling a-holes.
Yeah. We offer condolences to Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis, and
but
the largest state of funded terrorism.
It's not, the people of Tehran are not Hamas, and you know what I mean? Like it's just people living their lives. But we're not targeting them.
I didn't say we were.
Okay. Thank you.
Now, the New York Times is reporting, among other outlets, that Israel and Iran are trading fresh fire this morning within the past 13 minutes.
Well, they were last night too,
perhaps
or yesterday.
So perhaps part of Iranian state TV was saying that Fordo included, but that could be part of this.
What's our state TV saying?
Well, it depends. Are you putting on MSNBC or Fox?
Fox News is our state TV now, because
true.
If you looked at it Saturday night and Mark Levin, Sean Hannity and Mark Levin, they had their pants were rising as Trump was bombing. Oh, this is the greatest day in American history.
I don't know what was more infuriating, the fact that Sean Hannity probably had to work a Saturday night, or the fact that when I turned on Fox when the news happened, that I had to see Sean Hannity. Well, my sources tell me that there was 19 bunker busters. I was supposed to go out to dinner with Ainsley, but now here I am on a Saturday.
And also, I will say not just the Iranians, Israelis huddling in their bomb shelters amid the Iranian missiles, as the Israeli military is reporting it's launching further attacks on so-called military targets.
Well,
in and south of Tehran.
This is a good idea, and this was a good move because John Bolton and Chris Christie are on board. So sleep tight, MAGA, because John Bolton and Chris Christie love what President Trump did. So there you go. And Sean Hannity and Mark Levin.
Where do you see Lindsey Graham's tweet coming up?
Oh yeah, he's moist.
Moist. His tweet was covered in substance.
Well, I know we are going to get to to your big take talking about this, but we know that within the last 18 minutes, Israel's military has just attacked several sites in Iran, including the Evin prison and a headquarters reported at the besieged state parliamentary group. That's according to the latest statement. That's the Israeli defense minister. Again, we're reliant on all of these different foreign news outlets, such as in Israel, Iranian state TV. So I'm just giving you my sourcing. Don't get mad at me. Don't blame the messenger, Greg.
18 miles to Memphis. I love how jealous Nick and Greg are when they talk about Fox News. I'm jealous. I'm not jealous. What an a-hole you are. Get off my YouTube.
Oh, my goodness.
Jealous of their salary. That's about it.
Ugh.
By the way, the International Atomic Energy Agency...
I'd first put a bullet in my head. How about that?
Holding an emergency meeting today in Vienna, where the head of the agency warned that violence and destruction could reach unimaginable levels if Iran, Israel, and the United States do not find a pathway to diplomacy. Iran, Israel, and the Middle East need peace. That this morning from the International Atomic Energy Agency. So we got that. All right. So the Phils won.
First place.
Woo!
Yeah, Mets. How's that feel?
They're one game up.
Yeah.
So
sleep tight, because then
back in first place, baby.
They have a series in Houston, which is not going to be easy for them.
It's going to be hot in Houston.
Fightins dropped a series buster on the Mets. How about that?
Yeah.
Woo, baby. 7-1.
Edmundo Sosa and Kyle Schwarber both go yard.
Mm-hmm.
Schwarbombers. So we are sponsored. Thank you, Wisfis Bank, for sponsoring us this morning. Everyone is so cheerful and happy this morning. Where there's a Wisfis,
I'm very happy.
There's a way.
I've got 5 days until vacation, so there's nothing going to piss me off. Nothing's going to change my mood.
So at Wisfis Bank, WSFS Bank, and Bryn Mawr Trust, your goals matter. Discover local expertise with natural capabilities, all with the personal service you deserve. Wisfis, WSFS, we stand for service. Thank you, Wisfis Bank, for sponsoring us. As at least 6,000 customers, 1,000 still without power, unfortunately, as an extreme heat wave begins. Pico Crews, thank you for your patience. Especially, I think that the area, it's Montgomery County, that is still thousands without power this morning. Pico putting out that word saying we are doing our best. Thank you for your patience. And they hope to get everybody back and running with HVAC, especially Nick, I can't even imagine not having the AC not working.
I know.
During this time.
Perfect time to get it working today because the weather is going to get nasty. Philly weather, a high of 99 degrees today. It's already 78 degrees in the city. We will reach triple digits tomorrow, 100 degrees, followed by 97 on Wednesday, and then a cool down. High 80s on Thursday.
I'll believe that when I see it. It was supposed to be 100 yesterday, or close to 100 yesterday, and it didn't get sunny till 5 o'clock.
I know, and it was not supposed to rain yesterday, and we had a little spritz come through.
We did,
as I'm golfing. So that is actually now 13 straight weekends where we do not have back-to-back days of dryness. I'm tracking this.
I know you are.
I'm all in. I'm like Jim Cantori on this one. Unbelievable.
Actually, MT Rule did the best job by sponsoring us when they did.
Yeah.
Because now everybody needs a generator.
It's generator season.
It's generator season. People who don't have generators, are out of luck.
Yes, indeed.
My neighbors have one, and they're just out there like basically gloating in the yard.
Yeah.
Like,
It's a lifesaver.
Yeah, I don't know what it's like to not have air conditioning right now.
Mm-hmm. Weather brought to you by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. Coming up next, Monday Big Take on Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. But first, a word from our friends at Piazza Honda, because it's an exciting time for the Piazza Auto Group. And if you're in the market for a vehicle, why not go for the best? That's right. 5 Honda dealerships, and they have won more 2025 Kelley Blue Book Consumer Choice Awards than any other brand, including Best Overall Brand, the most trusted brand, and the best value brand. Whether you're eyeing the Accord, my wife had an Accord right when we got married. She'd love that. The CRV, she's got her eyes on the Pilot in January. Or even, I'm going to throw in my truck, the Ridgeline. Very fuel efficient. You're choosing a vehicle and a company and a brand backed by real drivers, just like myself, just like you. Come experience the award-winning excellence at Piazza Honda in Philadelphia. Again, 5 locations: Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. Shop online anytime at piazzahonda.com and check out today's special offers.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Big news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange. And millions like you are joining our news revolution. Newsmax is now the 4th highest rated news channel, just behind CNN. Reuters says we're one of the top news brands in America. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and more. So download our free Newsmax app on your smartphone or TV and start watching. President Trump says Newsmax is truly terrific. Get the free Newsmax app and check out Newsmax shares on the stock exchange. Go to newsmaxinvest.com. That's newsmaxinvest.com. This is not an offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such an offer would be unlawful.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
Add some star-spangled style to your summer with Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale going on now. Shop Hot Buys for every room in your home, now just $6.99. Plus, you can save up to $1,000 store-wide. And don't miss upgrading your patio. Save up to 20% on select outdoor furniture. Or feel the freedom to buy now and pay over time with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Only at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you text RADIO to 64,000. That's RADIO to 64,000. Text RADIO to 64,000.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti. Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
Free speech lives here. The Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Yeah, it's Kayal Company. A little Freddie Durst. That's how Stalker felt this morning at 6:01. Playlist brought to you by Highlight Electric, the great Peter McKeon, always donating and being generous to great causes while simultaneously triggering Greg Stalker. That's what we call hitting a parlay.
I'm telling you, I don't sense. Well, I have to censor all the curse words in the song, and there's a ton. But you send in your playlist, I will play whatever you submit.
Yeah.
Even if it's hideous Limp Bizkit.
That's right. Little Nick Cale at 15 in 1999 wearing a red Yankee hat. Yeah, baby. 855-839-1210. Yeah. It's just one of those days, baby. It is. Kayal Company. All right, let's get down to business. Time for a Monday morning Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal Company.
Which is brought to you by the great folks at Bucks County Estate Traders. The Big Take, peace through strikes, or the launching of World War III. Republicans have been on the right side of countless 80-20 issues in American politics over the last year and a half. We know that. But war is a completely different animal. Trump has support on the strikes, but Trump also has a divide within the GOP on how far to go. This weekend, as I predicted would happen, Donald Trump and the United States rocked Iran's nuclear world. And remember, he was willing to give them up to 2 weeks. It took all of 2 days. And this is what I said on Thursday's episode of Kayal Company in the 9 o'clock hour. As I told you, this would occur. Listen and watch. How far ahead of is Israel and Iran of us time-wise? 7, 8 hours?
7 hours, I think.
Okay. So it is, if that's correct, it's 4:12. You know what's going to happen? And I think the theme of the Big Take was today that I think an attack is a certainty. It's going to happen in the middle of the night, and it's going to happen we're going to wake up Sunday morning to this news or Saturday morning to this news. It's not going to happen during the Dawn show or during this show. And it happened smack dab in the middle late Saturday evening. But does it end there? Is this peace through strength, or is World War III on the verge of happening? Some would already argue that World War III was underway before Saturday. America delivered 3 strikes to Iran's nuclear sites, including Fordo, as Trump declared Saturday at 4:50 p.m. Eastern on Truth Social. And Trump capped off his post on Truth Social by saying, now is the time for peace. But here's my definition of peace through strength. I won't start wars, I'll end them. Or I'll let you know that I will end you and you'll come to the table and make a deal. But did Trump ignite a ticking time bomb or end a 4-decade-long stretch of Iran and their desire to end Western civilization? Time will tell. But I'll reiterate all of my positions prior to Saturday in the name of consistency. I said it was probably 65-35 that Iran did not have nuclear capabilities in that 60 to 90% nuclear range, which all of a sudden becomes a red flag. But even if it was 35%, again, I'm fine with bombing their nuclear sites and eliminating their potential to have a nuclear bomb. I just say no deployments, no new soldiers, no boots on the ground, no new wars, but this is not a new war. This was a war that started perhaps even before Trump. Trump gave them ample time to make a deal. Iran has funded the Houthis, Hamas, and Hezbollah, and they've been using proxies to attack American troops for 17 years now. Is this an act of war, or is this merely America retaliating? Here's the history of Iran attacking the United States since 2008 alone. In November of 2008, an EEP attack on joint security stations. In May of 2011, Camp Liberty rocket attack. In 2011, the IRGC plot to assassinate U.S. officials. In December of 2019, Kirkuk, a base rocket attack, as well as a U.S. embassy attack in Baghdad. January of 2020, Al-Assad Air Base missile attack. March 2020, Camp Taji rocket attack. February 2021, Erbil Air Base rocket attack. Al-Tanf base drone attack in October of 2021. July of 2023, Erbil base drone attack. October 2023, right when we know what happened on October 7th in Israel, multiple attacks on U.S. bases in Iraq and Syria. And then a Tower 22 drone attack in January of 2024. Ask yourself this: how many more times should America get punched in the face before they punch back? Here was 47 addressing the nation Saturday night. Listen and watch.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated.
In total, 14 bunker busters were used and dropped from multiple B-2s. In addition, 30 Tomahawk missiles were launched by U.S. submarines from over 400 miles away. According to Grok, this cost U.S. taxpayer dollars to the tune of $81 million. What does the vice president have to say? J.D. Vance was on NBC's Meet the Press Sunday morning with Kristen Welker. Listen and watch.
And most importantly, we trust what the intelligence was telling us about the Iranians stonewalling the negotiation. I think that is really the hidden story here, and something the media has got to report a little bit more here, is that the Iranians stopped negotiating in good faith. That was the real catalyst, I think, to what the president ultimately decided to do. If we were having a productive negotiation, I think that this could have gone in a much different pathway. Unfortunately, the Iranians decided to stonewall us, and we saw the consequences of that last night.
And the reality is, I don't think any of us trusts Iran, but I also don't trust the war machine in Washington, D.C. Here's Bibi Netanyahu of Israel. Listen and watch this.
Congratulations, President Trump. Your bold decision to target Iran's nuclear facilities with the awesome and righteous might of the United States will change history.
Will it? Or will it be more of the same? Bibi, as we played for you last week, in a montage, has been saying the same thing since 1995. And I'm pro-Israel. But for an administration with far too many leaks, this was impressive, to say the least. Fox News' Jennifer Griffin, who's covered these things for 18 years at the Pentagon, said the following, quote, 18 years I've been at the Pentagon. I've never seen such operational security. There was nobody speaking about this. There was a complete lockdown, almost a blackout of information. There were no leaks. Meanwhile, Lucas Tomlinson of Fox News spoke about how coy the Trump administration was with decoys, saying, quote, President Trump sent several decoy bombers west over the Pacific to distract Iranian forces, while the actual B-2 bombers struck from the east without detection, end quote. But here's the bottom line. Thinking you could trust that regime with potential nuclear weapons is at best naive. It's a shame, honestly, that a generation of Americans weren't taught the history of the region or don't understand what Israel has endured or the continued threat to its existence. Iran is controlled by a repressive regime with disdain for the freedoms that we in the West take for granted. Now, I don't know where this goes from here, but you can't let a terrorist state have a bomb. Even if you think there's a 25-30% chance that they have that, better to be safe than sorry. That being said, I don't like this post from Trump on Truth Social, and I don't like it one bit. Quote, it's not politically correct to use the term regime change, but if the current Iranian regime is unable to make Iran great again, why wouldn't there be a regime change? Hashtag MIGA, M-I-G-A. With all due respect to 47, it's not your job to make Iran great again. I don't even know if Iran was ever great to begin with. It's not our job. I didn't vote for Donald Trump to make Iran great again. I couldn't care less about Iran. I just want to make sure that America is safe from those psychos having a nuclear weapon. Let them overthrow their own government. The West isn't responsible for this. Let Israel fight that battle. Let them overthrow the Ayatollahs. Trump has the support of America on this, and I'm on board with the strikes. He's earned that right after his first term. But the fallout will be under the microscope for the remainder of his term. It won't define his presidency, but it will be a talking point. I'm America first. But was this on Saturday night America first, or was this Israel first? I'm also pro-Israel through and through. This is not a white and black conversation. I hate the word nuance, but there's a lot of gray area to this. But the reverberations from this attack puts the world on notice, and America as well. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders. Save on stunning high-quality furniture during the incredible 4th of July sale at Bucks County Estate Traders. Save 20 to 50% off select items store-wide. You can visit their showroom in Hatfield or buckscountyestatetraders.com. Now open extended hours and even on Sundays. 855-839-1210. That's the number. You can get us on X at 1210 WPHT. Let it rip in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT, and hit the like and subscribe buttons. All right, Dawn Stensland, takeaways from Saturday's actions.
My takeaways, number one, I would say this, that I think this was inevitable. But I think that we have to look at, instead of looking at this as, oh, this happened this weekend, this has been building ever since previous administrations failed policies with pallets of, more than $1 billion, $1.7 billion, created a situation that brought us to this moment. And so I think that's important, that perspective, to say, wait a minute, how did this happen? This did not happen in a vacuum. I think we had no choice because they obviously, all of the research from the data research from those who are allowed to go in, and those are from international agencies. They go in, they monitor the situation, and they were saying that Iran was weeks away, perhaps, days away, perhaps, from possessing this, but certainly they were not telling the truth about their motives as to the research and the chemicals that they possessed. In other words, you don't need, and they gave out all the percentages, we reported on it last week, but you don't need all of these, you don't need this level of chemicals, for example, just to have a nuclear power plant. They went way beyond that. And so clearly they were going for something else, according to all the researchers and the scientists and the watchdogs, and some of them international groups, not American. And so this was a situation that we were counting down to. And everybody, if you look at the poll numbers, and I don't know if this came out Thursday or Friday, but it was Harry Etten. He was talking about the numbers, and that some of them were new numbers of polling. Some of them were from last April, so I'm pretty sure that we've played these on Greg's cut sheet. Mm-hmm. But you look at the percentages of Americans, Democrats and Republicans, who have said for many months that they do not want Iran to possess nuclear-grade weapons. So when the president looks at this kind of support, this is overwhelming support that the American people say, we do not believe that Iran should possess these weapons.
Right.
All the international treaties, then, they would be themselves in violation of.
Mm-hmm.
And I was watching over the weekend, the Iranian spokesperson from Istanbul, and he was spewing a lot of bull, saying, the U.S. broke treaties, they broke policy. No. Iran broke the policy, but our weakness in the world, as far as previous administrations, both Biden and back to Obama, led up to Operation Midnight Hammer.
I love that,
Trump
by the way.
did not create, I know, right?
Operation Midnight Hammer. I'm going to launch Operation Midnight Hammer at my mother-in-law's house next week if things get out of control.
Hammer time.
Hammer time. Interesting, you brought up Obama and some polling numbers. You were almost reading my mind. I want to go there right now. Just remember, so now the left they're losing their mind over Trump bombing 36, Iranian sites. Well, not 36 sites, 3 sites, but 36 total bombs without congressional approval. Just remember, in 2016, Obama bombed Iraq, Syria, Afghanistan, Libya, Yemen, Somalia, and Pakistan without congressional approval. But again, polling and the wording of a poll matters. You talk about, the wording I think you used was, should Iran be in possession of nuclear weapons, and how do we feel about that? Then you could sit there and poll people on, should we strike them or should we go to war with them? A YouGov poll from last night came out, 2,800 U.S. adults. The percentage who consider or want the U.S. to be at war with Iran, 39% say yes. But largely, it goes from Democrat down to Republican. 56% for Democrats, 37% for independents, only 24% for Republicans. So that tells me that 3 out of 4 registered Republicans and or Trump voters, and I guess there is a difference, obviously, do not want to be at war. So the question is, and our buddy Road Warrior tweeted me last night, saying, we are at war. This was an act of war. I guess you can differentiate between those two. But was this an act of war against Iran last night? That's why I framed the title of the big take.
Yes.
Peace through strikes or World War III?
Yes. Yes, it was an act of war.
Okay.
We went into their airspace and we bombed their nuclear site.
Okay.
Yes, it was an act of war.
Okay.
So the end. Now what? Okay. Now that we've done this, first of all, I have to ask both of you: was Iran a threat to us?
To us, I would say no.
Okay.
To Israel, yes.
Okay.
Well,
all right.
Just based on geography.
I mean, if they have nuclear power, and we can,
and it's 50-50 if they were really as close as everybody's saying. But sure, go on.
Okay. I simply think that they had. I mean, I don't have all of the intelligence information, the intel that they have.
Yeah. They should have shared it with other people, too. They should have shared it with Congress and stuff, you know.
No, because Congress would have leaked it, Greg, and that puts military members, if your relative or your son or daughter is over there, I don't want the Democrats. I don't trust them.
Well, according to reports.
The fact that there were no leakers in this whole thing.
But they told
that
Congress.
It was so stealthy. Well, they told
Schumer. They had a phone call.
Key people.
They had a phone call with Schumer, and apparently they tried to reach Hakeem Jeffries, but he was unavailable. So I guess they left him a voicemail.
Hi, just trying to reach out before Operation Midnight Hammer. So if you could just get back to me.
Yep.
Beep. No, but I think in all seriousness, Greg, to your point, this is a serious situation, and they had to weigh that. I don't take any glee in any of this. And to the Iranian people, on social media over the weekend, they were showing pre-1979 Iran. And many people fled to this country, by the way, when this regime that is called a key funder of terror around the world. So my focus, I will tell you, is that to me, this was inevitable. It was what they were looking at. They had no other choice but to say, we don't want to wait and then allow them to achieve this milestone, because then, I mean, right now, let's just say this. In the world, if you want to say we're at war with them, with what? We are an ultimate power. The only power, and I know they're talking about the Strait of Hormuz, and they're going to cut off what? Their own nose to spite their face, because that cuts off their own funding if they cut off the oil and all of that. But I think the truth is, where I was going with this morning with a husband who commutes to Manhattan every day.
Yeah.
And my concern, I mean, last night at the dinner table, I led the prayer and I was praying for everybody's safety and protection against rogue terrorists or terrorist cells that are those so-called sleeper cells that we don't know where they are or who they are, but we certainly know. Remember, it was a chilling report that we talked about, that even back in the day under the Biden administration, they said that these sleeper cells exist in this country already. And so does this awaken them? And when do they strike? And by the way, not for nothing, but we're less than 2 weeks to big 4th of July celebrations.
Yeah.
And so soft targets.
Do you have cut 34 here, Phil? This is Holman talking about the sleeper cells.
Yeah, I think it was Bartiromo.
Yeah, Robles.
Yeah, there she is.
Can you assess that issue particularly? How many Iranians are in the country that are in sleeper cells trying to do bad to America right now?
Well, look, you and I have talked about this many times. I said the last 4 years, my biggest concern was this open border was the biggest national security vulnerability this country's ever seen. So I pulled numbers this morning just from a CBP under Joe Biden. There was 1,272 nationals of Iran released in the country between OFO and the Border Patrol. And you compare that to the Trump administration, zero. Right, zero releases. And right now, because of President Trump's leadership, we have the most secure border in my lifetime, most secure border in the history of this nation. So we have a secure border. That was President Trump's big win on securing this nation. So we're not releasing people in this country. Special interest aliens aren't crossing that border undetected. But under Joe Biden, we had over 10 million people cross that border. But my biggest concern from day one, beyond the fentanyl, beyond the sex trafficking of women and children, were the 2 million known gotaways. Over 2 million people crossed that border. We don't know who they are, where they came from, because they got away, because Border Patrol was so overwhelmed with the humanitarian crisis that Biden created that over 2 million people crossed the border and got away. That is my biggest concern, and that's what created the biggest national security vulnerability this country's ever seen.
And that was my biggest concern with doing this strike. Last week I said I'm not worried about Iran launching weapons at the homeland. I'm worried about the 10, 15, 18, 20 million that are in the country illegally. Remember, we played you some of those clips of Bill Maloogian at the border where he's interviewing all these people that were lined up. Hey, man, where you from? Hey, man, what's your name? Hey, buddy, where you from? And yeah, there was Ecuador and there was Honduras and there were South American countries, but there were people from Asia. There were people from the Middle East. And I know the Middle East is Asia, but separating Far East versus the Middle East. And you can take it to the bank that there's going to be, we just had a church shooting yesterday in Michigan. And I have no idea if that's connected to any fallout from what happened Saturday or not. Syria was also under attack yesterday with a domestic shooter or some situation. So you're going to see I believe, the activation of these terrorist sleeper cells in this country.
So are we doing regime change or not? Because
I don't want it.
Okay.
The
commander in chief seems to
let their people overthrow them.
Okay.
I mean, and the reason I would be against overthrowing the Ayatollah or killing him, however you want to, deem the terminology,
Christ, man.
Like you can't kill a political and religious figure. That would be the biggest mistake Trump could make, in my opinion. You cannot kill that guy. You let the Iranian people overthrow him, not the United States. It's not our war. If we took
it is now.
Right, but if we took out their nuclear capabilities, quote, to protect America and protect Israel, I get that. I'm on board with that. But let their people fight the battle. Let the rest of the Arab nations fight that battle. I hear all these pundits that say there's not one nation in the Middle East that is on board with Iran. Well, if none of them are on board with Iran, then let the surrounding nations. Why can't we have Turkey and Syria and Lebanon and Iraq? Why don't they go in and take out that regime? If everything that I hear on television is true, that there's the Iranians are on an island of irrelevancy, nobody is on board and nobody backs their cause. They're a repressive regime. But you know what? Most of those Arab nations are all repressive regimes. Can you really separate any of them? The only way I differentiate anything in the Middle East is peaceful Muslim versus radicalized jihadist. Outside of that, it's all the same to me.
The Washington Post writes this morning, the last time the U.S. carried out a major strike against Iran, killing the leader of the country's elite Quds force 5 years ago, they talk about the response from the Islamic Republic was subdued, at least initially, and talking about that back and forth. President Trump this morning, or within the 13 hours ago, I should say, late last night, wrote, "It's not politically correct to use the term regime change, but if the current Iranian regime is unable to," and then all caps, "make Iran great again, why wouldn't there be a regime change?" And then he wrote in all caps, MIGA, MIGA, make Iran great again. So the supreme leader, here's the thing, there was a great piece yesterday by a Middle East expert who said he's 86 years old and that he's not in the greatest of health, but he is a survivor. And so the question is, which way will he go? I mean, he's been able to survive so much in his 86 years, and many predicting that already they have people fleeing the area. So what will he do? As he's been embarrassed in front of his Arab neighbors as well, because clearly the Saudis, Qataris, the Emirates, clearly Trump contacted them, the administration, and they're not, you don't hear them outraged over this, right? As other nations, such as we hear the response, Russia, etc.
So the Ayatollah is 86?
So he is, Ayatollah Khomeini is 86 years old and reported as not in the best of health.
Well, if he was a congressman in the United States, he'd have another 4 or 5 years left. Sorry, add a little levity to the situation. Speaking of Congress and senators, how about Lindsey Graham? Lindsey Graham, oh, God, I saw this Saturday and I wanted to eat my iPhone.
Well, there's no difference these days between Lindsey Graham and Mark Levin or Sean Hannity. So.
No, it's the warmonger party.
Yep.
He says, good, this was the right call, President Trump. The regime deserves it. Well done, President Donald Trump. To my fellow citizens, we have the best Air Force in the world. It makes me so proud. Fly, fight, win.
The guy who's never served and done anything is going to tell us.
And then you have two more predictable pieces. Marjorie Taylor Greene and AOC tweets, the president's disastrous decision to bomb Iran without authorization is a grave violation of the Constitution and congressional war powers.
Democrats are idiots.
He has impulsively risked launching a war that may ensnare us for generations, to which MTG comes in top rope. Shut up, you pathetic little hypocrite. You fully supported our military and IC running the proxy war against Russia in Ukraine, and you voted to fund the Ukraine war under President with dementia. You don't get to play anti-war and moral outrage anymore.
I hate to say this, but she's 100% right. AOC and all these other left-leaning a-holes have no moral high ground to stand on when they were all for Ukraine and Russia. So stop.
And then Fetterman says, as I've long maintained, this was the correct move by POTUS. Iran is the world's leading sponsor of terrorism and cannot have nuclear capabilities. I'm grateful for and salute the finest military in the world. So that just officially ended Fetterman's reign in the Democrat Party. He'll be out by tomorrow morning if they see that post. 855-839-1210 is the number. So let me just throw out this last question then. And I just want people to think about this. If you forget if you believe. Let's just say here's how we're going to frame the question. Yes, Iran was in possession of nuclear war weapons, nuclear massive, whatever you want to call them. And let's just say...
It's a mass destruction?
Yeah, WM. I hate that. So Iraq 2003.
Yeah.
But that's what
it's almost like history repeats itself.
By the way, Greg, I'm just wondering, did you say that Obama never served when he, under his leadership, conducted a total of 563 strikes, mostly drone strikes? Did you say, Obama never served? Did you say, Biden never served?
We have a bunch of chicken hawk presidents who love to do things when they themselves never served. Yes, 100%.
I don't remember you
100%
ever saying those things. 563 strikes targeting Pakistan, Somalia, Yemen.
So you're on Team Lindsey Graham?
No, I'm not. I'm just saying that, this is the talking point that people say with Trump. He listens to, I think he felt that he had no choice but to go in, and he's using the terminology that, by the way, Obama said these were surgical strikes that Obama said he used. That's exactly what this team said. They said they went in through freaking, air vents. Amazing precision. Talk about strategic and precision strikes with those mops that they could drop from the stealth bombers.
You want to hear some of these?
You want to talk about precision? This was absolute. But nobody, I didn't hear anybody say that during the Obama administration or anybody else's. That they never said that.
Bryn Mawr Builders. Hey, Stalker, don't criticize Trump around Dawn. You know better.
Speaking of the precision, the New York Post with the details of the flight. It was a 37-hour flight nonstop, and they only were in Iranian airspace for all of 25 minutes. The plane itself cost $2 billion, and on board with that plane, you had the B-2 bomber pilots. They had a toilet, a microwave, and a cooler for snacks on a 37-hour trip. That is amazing. And forget whether you're pro-war, anti-war, against this move or for it, but I think we're all on board with our veterans and our soldiers. 37 hours to pull off basically a 25-minute mission.
And Trump wrote 13 hours ago on True Social, the great B-2 pilots have just landed safely in Missouri. Thank you for a job well done. That was 13 hours ago, so they're back home in Missouri.
All right, 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, you can reach us on X and, of course, the YouTube chat. We have a lot of other things to get to, including in hour number 2, a majority of Democrat voters believe the party should stop focusing on transgender issues. We will get to that. And again, why the left continues to miss the mark in media messaging. It's all still ahead, but Dawn's News kicks off the hour next here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Here's a great tip for summer. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick for an energy-efficient new roof. Don't just trust us. Trust their thousands of 5-star reviews and their lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals installs most roofs in just one day. Set up a free design consultation this month and save thousands. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Visit trustpj.com today. That's trustpj.com.
Hey Navigation, take me to the best Jeep and Ram inventory and prices in the Philadelphia area.
Navigation is rerouting you to TurnersvilleJeep.com.
TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating Employee Pricing Plus this month. Pay exactly what factory employees pay, not a penny more. Plus a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7.
Only at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano with big news. Rescue's Natural Supplements is rolling back the clock. And prices. That's right, the supplements that you trust at prices you haven't seen in over a decade. Plus, they're offering a massive 33% off on top of already discounted 2010 rollback pricing. That's every product, omega-3s, probiotics, joint support, everything. Prices roll back to get you ready for summer. Just use that code WELLNESS at checkout for 33% off your entire order on Rescue single bottles. To order, call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. Or shop online by visiting res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Feel better, get active, turn back the clock with Rescue's 2010 pricing. Wellness, WELLNESS for 33% off on top of the 2010 rollback pricing. Get healthy, get saving at res-q.com. Do it today.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flourtown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flourtown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Seven o'clock, hour number 2 underway here on a Monday morning. It's Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Peter McKeon, Highlight Electric, with the playlist all week long. All of the music directly from Peter's iPad to Greg's inbox to your ears, I think. 855-839-1210. Cut sheet with Harry Mays coming up at 7:45. Fight Club at 9:10. Plus your phone calls. Going to be a good week. We've got Tony Bruno coming in on Wednesday, our buddy Sean Farish on Friday, and maybe a few other surprises as well. But let's get caught up in the world of news. Round number 2 at 7:01. The great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning. This Monday morning, June the 23rd, we are sponsored in news by WSFS, WSFS Bank. This morning, we're kissing 80 degrees, I'll say, with these extreme heat warnings going into effect, and they will be in effect, by the way, until Wednesday night. And so that is the big headline that's affecting all of us here on the East Coast, not just in Philadelphia. But the summer solstice really brought in this, right away brought in this record heat, what we could see here in Philadelphia, the surrounding suburbs, South Jersey. And so the city of Philadelphia issuing a heat health emergency, as well as many of the suburban neighbors across the region, as we soar into what they say feel like temperatures, the heat indices, expected to go well above the 100-degree mark. In other words, what it feels like to a human being to breathe in that. So they're saying code orange air quality action days, and that's for Bucks, Chester, Delaware, Montgomery, and Philadelphia counties. And what does that mean? That means when we have this hot, humid, oppressive heat, it holds in the air like a sponge fine particle pollution concentration. And so then we breathe that in. And so that's why they're calling it a code orange air quality alert. As they say, if for young babies or the elderly, people with asthma or any kind of breathing conditions, you want to take extra care for those who work outside. But we're going to see the humidity soar along with these temperatures, with the level of the humidity and the heat. So extreme heat warnings and watches, and some of them were issued yesterday, but they'll go well into Wednesday evening. We should get a little bit of a reprieve by 8 p.m. That's Wednesday, 8 p.m.
Great day for a bike ride. I think I'm going to knock out 25 miles this afternoon.
Well, one bike ride away from goal weight. I mean, talk about sweating it off, right?
Yeah.
And so, and the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, they had put out statistics saying that this is not something just to talk about. That's a talking point. Heat-related deaths, and they go back about 30 years, but 14,000 Americans have died over the decades from these heat-related causes. So, got to hydrate.
Yeah.
Do you bring a big thing of water?
Oh my
on your
God,
bike?
yeah, absolutely. Probably half gallon at least.
Yeah, you got to do that.
Hopefully we do not have any stories in the next 2 days in your news with kids in car seats with windows up or dogs in the back seat with the windows not down. Because I just know we always have those horrific stories. Somebody decided to run into the grocery store and they left the somebody in the back seat. Don't be an idiot.
Yeah. Yeah, those stories every single year. We had one recently with a dad caught on video, because nowadays they can time you, even if somebody claims, I just went in for 30 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Now with all the surveillance video and everything, they can tell and track exactly how long you left your like you said, your dog, your child in the car seat. We do have a lot of shootings, a lot of violence over the weekend, none of them solved. But since we did bring up thinking about what's going on with families backing the badge and the big bike ride coming up July 20th, and that's what Nick and Greg have been training for. And this as the trial for the teenager identified as Miles Pfeffer, who's a Bucks County teen. He goes on trial starting today, jury selection beginning this morning. He's accused of fatally shooting Temple University Police Sergeant Chris Fitzgerald. And jury selection gets underway. The trial comes after a lengthy legal process, a ton of controversy surrounding, especially the Philadelphia District Attorney's decision not to pursue the death penalty. Our DA here in Philadelphia taking the death penalty off the table as a negotiating tool to pressure. I mean, oftentimes that's what they do. They are saying that if they take it off the table, then perhaps somebody who's been captured, for example, on video or with witnesses in the course of a crime will often be quicker to cut a plea deal, and that spares a family from the heartbreak and the agony of having to relive a tragedy, a murder, having to review the evidence 2 years later.
Firing squad.
Exactly. I would gas the guy, personally. That's just me.
So in this one, Sergeant Chris Fitzgerald, Temple University cop, husband, father, son, he was shot repeatedly, murdered at close point, according to the authorities. And this happened in February of 2023, more than 2 years ago, while responding to a robbery that night. Miles Pfeffer was a teenager at the time of that, charged with murder as well as related crimes. And the Philadelphia DA, Krasner, saying that he did not seek the death penalty for Pfeffer, and that was a decision that made many angry, in particular the Fitzgerald family. We've gotten to know Marissa Fitzgerald and the Fitzgerald family in the wake of this tragedy. And this is a grieving mom and widow who is supporting her family. And so that's why, when you talk about families backing the badge, it brings all of that to the forefront.
Yep.
As well as to why these fundraisers, which are year round, but I believe this is the biggest fundraiser to support these families who, truthfully, I don't know that they could make it without families behind the badge.
That's why they've been around
nonprofit
for almost 4 decades now.
Yeah.
This will be the 38th ride.
I'm texting Mark O'Connor right now because I think we need to get Marissa Fitzgerald in studio. So I'm going to see if she's available this week to come in. Discuss this.
And that's to your point, Craig. That's why this week is a disgrace, to make this family, to drag them through a lengthy trial.
Yep.
And relive what happened more than 2 years ago.
Yep.
Oh,
yeah. The justice system F's you after you've already been F'd.
Mm-hmm.
To put it in, you know.
I just pulled up his picture on Google. I remember now the long hair. It just looks like an unmade bed. Disgusting. Little punk. That haircut.
We do have from Kristi Noem and from U.S. officials this terrorism advisory bulletin warning of, quote, a heightened threat environment in the United States after the strikes on Iran. And so locally, this impacts all of us. If you see something, say something, law enforcement. But the bulletin from the National Terrorism Advisory System warning of this heightened threat environment in the U.S. following the U.S. military strikes on Iran's nuclear sites. We've talked this morning, if you missed us during the 6 a.m. hour, that the fighting, if you will, the strikes continue between Iran and Israel. That has continued all weekend. And yes, again, this morning as sirens are blaring. But this one this morning does not note any current specific threats, but warns that low-level cyber attacks against U.S. networks by pro-Iranian hacktivists, as they're called, not activists, but hacktivists with an H, are likely, and cyber actors affiliated with the Iranian government may conduct attacks against U.S. networks. Secretary of Homeland Security, as I said just a moment ago, Kristi Noem, putting out word that it is our duty to keep the nation safe and informed, especially during times of conflicts. And talking about the ongoing Israel-Iran conflict, putting us now into the fray. So this heightened environment, as we know that many police departments, including Philadelphia, I know NYPD was putting out statements about the fact that they were beefing up patrols and staying vigilant, and as well the FBI, DHS preparing for possible attacks. As I say in air quotes, attacks, meaning it could be a cyber attack or other things like sleeper cells on the United States of America.
Mm-hmm.
All of this going on. And as we enter the week with all of these extreme heat warnings, code orange alerts, all of that, we also will remind you that Pico crews and power crews are still out trying to restore power to thousands across the area. But in particular, the biggest power outages remain in Montgomery County, a suburb just outside of Philadelphia.
Boy, I caught a break.
Yeah.
I caught a big one. Yeah.
So you guys, did you go off? You lost power just momentarily?
No,
or
no.
Not at all.
Not at all. I mean, we had trees down, branches, the 50, 60 mile an hour gusts, the rain, everything, just like Bucks. But my neighborhood, nobody got hit with, an outage.
That's lucky.
Yeah.
Because of all the big trees where we are, we had so many 100-year-old trees. And by the way, the streets are still filled with that. They haven't gotten all the trees throughout the Philadelphia region.
We need to do something where we take down these trees, and I'm all for planting new ones, but like these giant trees, we should all as a community get together and just have them all taken down.
Oh, you're going to trigger the tree community.
And then no, we'll plant new ones, and then they'll be our
Greg,
kids' problem.
But what about the shade?
Here's the thing.
The shade.
What they could do, first of all, why do we have wires anymore? Put them.
That's a good point.
Wireless.
Yeah. But see, now I can't go wireless. Wireless blows.
Or do them
it's just
underground.
terrible.
Like Verizon has everything. Don't they have everything? Do underground. Why do they have to have these wires all?
I'm so disgusted with wireless. I might get a landline again.
Really? Mm-hmm. A landline.
I'm going to get a rotary phone in my new kitchen. Yeah, I'm going to put my finger in a little hole and go.
So we are sponsored this morning by Wisfis Bank, WSFS Bank. Where there's a Wisfis, there's a way at Wisfis Bank and Bryn Mawr Trust. Your goals matter. Discover local expertise with national capabilities, all with personal service you deserve. WSFS, we stand for service. Thank you, Wisfis Bank, for sponsoring our second newscast this 7 o'clock hour. Kayal and Company News Live. And Nick, I know the forecast after today, not much improvement.
Nope, that's right, Dawn. Going up to 99. It's 80 already in the city, 100 degrees tomorrow, 97. And as you said, we do not get that break from the heat until about 8 p.m. Wednesday evening. Philly weather brought to you by MT Rule, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. 855-839-1210. Let's get to your calls. Start off this hour with Dave in New Jersey. Dave, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Oh, hi. I have a question for you. You've said repeatedly you support Israel, and I'm trying to understand why. Like, why do people say they support Israel? Why do you say you support Israel?
So you don't know anything about World War II or the Cold War dynamics or the fact that they're a Democratic ally?
I know quite a bit about that.
Okay.
So right there, Democratic ally. Okay. There you go. Democratic ally. Let's start with that one.
Yeah.
They're not. They have an apartheid-like system over there.
You don't think that they are against authoritarian regimes in the Middle East? They're the only nation in the Middle East that values the same thing that we do in the West.
Okay, but they're not a democracy.
Okay.
People say they're a democracy. They're not.
Neither are we. Neither are we.
Yeah,
stupid.
we're a constitutional republic.
Okay. Well,
so Dave, are you pro Gaza?
No, absolutely not. Listen,
are you pro Israel?
No. See, here's the thing.
Are you anti-war?
No, I mean war is necessary, unfortunately, but
it is.
If it's good enough reason.
Okay.
But here's the thing. It's like people don't want to separate Israel as a political entity from the Jewish people.
Okay.
I'm tired of like people calling me an anti-Semite sometimes. Oh, well, you don't support Israel. Well, I don't really agree with Israel and everything that they do all the time.
Sure.
And
that's fair.
I think the dynamic is kind of like changing a little bit because for my whole life it's always been like, well, Israel retaliates when it gets attacked, and nobody really looks at it as Israel ever attacking anybody.
Well, I'm not saying that Israel is a saint by any stretch, but there's a clear delineation between good versus evil. And if you put Israel up against any of the regimes or any of the terrorist organizations or any of the Middle Eastern nations that want to see Israel cease to exist as a recognized territory, as a government, as a political entity, I don't know how anybody that values Western values and Western civilization and the freedoms that we have is not on the side of Israel. I'm not saying you have to be on board with Israel 100%. I don't think if you're a Trump voter, you need to be on board with 100% of what Trump says or does. But to me, it's got to be above 50%. If you're against what the Middle East is trying to accomplish from the radicalized Islamic sect, and I don't want to paint all Arabs as bad or evil because we know there are plenty of peaceful Muslims. But when we take this radicalized Iranian revolutionary approach of 4 decades and who they fund against Israel, you have to be at least 51% pro-Israel. Or if not, then you are an anti-Semite. I'm not saying you specifically.
Oh, no.
I'm not saying you specifically. But if you are, if you're not on the better half of the 50-yard line with Israel, that's a you problem.
Okay, well, here I don't consider it a problem, but here's just a simple thing that people really don't want to consider. The countries like Iran, Levin, Hannity, these people, they all want to make it sound like Iran hates us because of our lifestyle, because of our values, and they hate us for a lot of reasons, but I don't think those are the reasons.
Well, they also hate us because they also hate us because of our relationship with Israel, which is now going on.
They hate us because of our support for Israel.
Correct, which is going on 70 years.
Right, but maybe if we didn't have that, they wouldn't hate us.
Well, what would you have liked America to do? I mean, we can go back to the 1940s and World War II. There's a thing called the Holocaust. Should we have sat this one out when Hitler was trying to exterminate the Jews? Go back to the Cold War with the Soviet influence. Should we have sat this one out? Because, Russia and the Middle East try to coordinate a lot of these the axis of evil. I'll tell you what, take it another step further. This whole thing with Iran, with nuclear weapons, we know what we should be asking here in America, and I know Trump loves to call him a little rocket man. Why do we allow North Korea to have nuclear weapons? Somebody answer me that question. Why is nuclear weapons okay for North Korea but not Iran? I don't think either of them should have them.
Because we pick and choose who we think should have nuclear weapons.
I have a big issue with that as well. Thanks for the call, Dave. Let's go to Ed and Delran. What's up, Eddie? Ed? Come on, give me a rhyme, Ed.
Hey, Hey, great to talk to you guys yet again today. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, it may be hot, but you're always connecting the dot. Nice. Now, let me tell you what. You know it, and I know it. When the freaking radicals in Iran said for years, hey, we're going to build a bomb. We're going to build a bomb and wipe Israel off the map. And then we're going to go from the little Satan to the big Satan, and we're going to wipe America off the map by putting a bomb in America. I think we had no other choice. And they've been saying it for years. And you know what? I could just see the day where they get it done if we didn't take decisive action with Israel. And they say, people would say, how did this happen? Why did they let this happen? It's like 9/11. Same deal.
Well, you have to ask yourself one of these two questions, right? We know Iran has been, flexing and trying to act like they're not intimidated by America since 1982. But we've also heard Benjamin Netanyahu say for 30 years that Iran was on the verge of nuclear weapons. I'll just pose this question. I was going to pose the question right before Dawn and Greg started fighting with each other about 40 minutes ago.
We were fighting with each other.
Here's the question.
We love each other.
None of us know.
She's just way wrong.
None of us know. We have no idea. Nobody on this show.
All the time.
35%, 60%, 90%. None of us know what the percentage is. But let's just say Iran was ready for nuclear weaponry, and they were there. They were at the goal line. Does anybody oppose striking Iran?
Wait, if they have nuclear weapons?
If I told you right now, Iran was at 90%.
Yes.
You still oppose
Yes.
that?
Yes. Because, to your point, North Korea has it. There are a lot of forces that don't like us that have nuclear weapons.
So you're good with all of the untrustable?
No, I'm not good with any of them having nuclear weapons. But, I don't think we should go bomb every country that has nuclear weapons. We have nuclear weapons.
But you're
weapons. Israel has nuclear weapons.
You're pro-Israel, right? So if Iran wants to nuke Israel, then why would you allow Iran to have them?
You're breaking this down in such simplistic terms. Well, you're pro-Israel, aren't you?
No, I'm not breaking them down in simplistic terms. I'm taking this to the next level and peeling the onion back with hypotheticals.
If Israel did not like the fact that Iran, being the proximity that they are to Israel, had nuclear weapons, then they should have gone on their own to do this.
Agreed.
We did not need to get involved. Iran poses absolutely no threat to us, and anybody who says they do is foolish.
All right, well then let's ask this question. How big is the Israeli, and I'm not trying to Tucker Carlson you like Ted Cruz interview, because I don't know the answer myself either, and I'm going to look it up as I ask myself. How big is the Israeli military, and how powerful and strong are they personnel-wise and weapon-wise? Because I would argue if they're at the point where they can defend themselves, see, this is where I try to be consistent. I don't want to keep funding wars. That's Israel, even though I'm on the side of Israel.
How much money?
That's Ukraine, even though I hate both of those sides.
For the party and everybody who's so against giving Zelensky and Ukraine all this money, which I'm against as well, seems to have no problem since January giving $12 billion to Israel to fund their military operation.
$12 billion is a lot different than $350 billion. I mean,
$12 billion since January, since Trump took office.
Yeah, and Biden was $350 billion for 2.5 years. This is why I don't want to fund any of these wars, because how long has Israel and Arab nations been fighting? Beginning of time? That's why I want out of it. But my question is, how strong is Israelis? Dawn, see if you can look this up. Where does the Israeli military rank in terms of Air Force capabilities, boots on the ground, weapons at their disposal? Because if Israel can fight off Iran, which, by the way, do we really think Iran is a major military player on the global stage?
No, of course they're not.
No,
they're not.
The only two badasses are America and China. You could see, look at Russia. With just a little bit of with help from the United States, Ukraine's been able to stay afloat, and somehow Zelensky's alive 3 years later. So
Israel is considered one of the world's top military powers.
Okay.
Yeah, because we built it and funded
well, that's what I'm
it.
saying. Like if we funded
because it's an extension of us. That's why.
Where do we draw the line? Do we cut it off at some point?
Well, and I think that I'm not sure where Dave was going, but I think that was part of his point. I think some people who are America first feel that overall, in general, when you look at the level of support that we give multiple nations, and Trump has addressed this, that what do we get out of it? Because although he doesn't question Israel, because we give more foreign aid to Israel than anybody.
Mm-hmm.
But that is something that I think America First individuals think, why do we give them hundreds of billions of dollars? Why that much money? But part of it is, obviously, it goes back to what you said, Nick. I mean, 1947, that vote came in, which, by the way, was a UN-style vote.
Mm-hmm.
None of the neighbors voted for it, meaning what would be Israel's new neighbors, if you will, when that recreation happened in 1948. But I will say this, there's also, obviously a military and economic interest for us to be aligned with Israel right there in the middle of what you can say is an oil-rich world power.
Yeah, you're right. All right. 855-839-1210. Although, if we have all the oil that we have, why do we need the oil in the Middle East? I thought it was drill, baby, drill. That's all I ever hear is 3 words.
Yeah.
Where's the drilling at? My gas is now $3.29 a gallon again. By the way, a lot of people are paying attention to this as far as the cost of oil going up after these strikes. Somebody, I forget who it was, I saw over the weekend. Don't be surprised if you saw gas in Pennsylvania go up to over $5 a gallon in the next handful of months. You got to find that tweet. It was a great one. From somebody credible as well, not just some grifter. 855-839-1210. We'll come back, work our way towards what's on the cut sheet. And then also, I want to get to this story. The majority of Democrat voters believe that the party should stop focusing on transgender issues. And then we've got 2 stories that just go to show you how out of touch the left is with the messages that they put out in the media. We'll do that when we come back. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You've heard me talk about replacing my windows and doors with the Chapman windows, doors, and siding for, nearly a decade now. For many years, I've been working with them, and I want to tell you, there is a Chapman difference. I can vouch for them and for that. Core values that are centered around high-quality workmanship, outstanding service, exceptional products, as well as a team that really empowers you rather than just tries to sell you on something. And it's the reason why they have such high reviews, community awards, why I love them. It's just a pleasure to work with the Chapman family team. They get it, and they're going to listen to your unique needs. That's paramount to them in achieving the look and the personality of your project. It's your home, after all. And they're going to work with you on the select colors, the textures, the styles that, of course, you want to fit within your budget. So Chapman, the Chapmans have financing right now, and the options are awesome to help make sure that your exterior remodeling project is a reality. You can call them, you can text them. They're listening right now. They're like-minded. 610-431-8898, 610-431-8898. You can take a virtual tour, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, and make sure that you look at the before and after photos. That's what I love. Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School Friday, July 11th, and the Ocean City Music Pier Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, I've got this. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates and get ready to succeed again. Get an affordable online skills-based education to move your career forward. UMGC offers no-cost digital materials in place of textbooks in most courses, low-cost tuition, and over $21 million in scholarship opportunities each aid year. Find out if you qualify at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. It's time to take an adventure with rugged capability and commanding style. Check out the Honda Ridgeline, Pilot, Passport, or CRV. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 1.99% APR on a 2025 Ridgeline or a 3.99% APR on a 2025 Pilot, 2026 Passport, or 2025 CRV.
Visit Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, and Springfield.
See dealer for financing details.
I'm Emma Greed, and I've spent the last 20 years building, running, and investing in some incredible businesses. The more success I've had, the more people started coming to me with questions. How do you start a business? How do you raise money? How do I bounce back from failure? On my new podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, I'll be answering these questions and more through weekly conversations with the smartest minds out there. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-885-9700. 800-885-9700. That's 800-885-9700.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you text RADIO to 64,000. That's RADIO to 64,000. Text RADIO to 64,000.
Dom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company, 7:32, Monday morning. Harry Mays will join us less than 15 minutes from now for another edition of What's on the Cut Sheet, my favorite edition fresh off of 3 days of clip compiling. I think that's what they call it.
Hang on. Yeah.
Fight Club at 9:10.
Na 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 na. Ba-na-na-na. All right, thank you.
855-839-1210 if you want to jump in.
By the way, Phil Almquist just texted me. That song came out today in 1979. That can't be right. I'm sure it was 69.
Yeah.
I'm sure it was not 79.
I'm sure all the Phil timers had a blast Saturday night.
Yeah.
See Trump talk at 10 o'clock and then Phil at 11 o'clock, right?
Yep.
There you go. So a majority, this is just poetic. A majority of Democrat voters believe that the party should stop focusing on transgender issues. 62% of American Democrat voters. This is remarkable considering it's June 23rd and we're still in Pride Month, which, by the way, condolences to the trans community for having your month hijacked by things like war and bombs and attacks. I know everybody's in their feelings about their pronouns and they want to profess them on TikTok, but I don't know. Do we give them a mulligan? Should we give them July as well as like a reprieve since their cause has been pushed to the back burner in the news? I haven't seen a huge Pride celebration on TV and ads out the wazoo. Oh my goodness gracious. This was interesting, and I think this really speaks to a larger picture here. So the Reuters Ipsos survey was released on Thursday, which found that 62% of self-identifying Democrats agree that not only their party leadership needs to be replaced with new people, but only 30% of Americans believe that the transgender issue needs to be front and center with the Democrat Party. So let's look at the leadership change first of all. You have guys like Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries, Nancy Pelosi. By the way, Nancy Pelosi in the news again for her last stock earnings report, which apparently shattered every record she ever established. We're going to go through that, I think, tomorrow on the show because I need to figure out who her financial consultant is. I'm going to hire him.
She should be in jail.
Well, we all agree on that. Bernie.
Change the laws.
Yeah.
But they're not going to. They're not going to change the laws because it benefits them.
Right. Trump even said it. Said it 8 years ago. Bernie, AOC, these squad Dems, Jasmine Crockett, Jamie Raskin, on down the list. That's the leadership change that the Democrats apparently want. And then the poll found a disconnect between the Democrat Party and what they say their top issues are and what they view as priorities for the party's leaders. Nearly half of Democrats, 49%, said they were, quote, unsatisfied with the current crop of leaders, while 41% said they were unsure. Democrat voters also indicated a deep disconnect between what they want the party to focus on ahead of the 2026 midterm elections and what they view as the leadership's priorities, with some noting that it appears the Democrat Party is belaboring. And I want to just point this out here. There's a couple of other numbers. Only 17%. This is actually lower than I thought. Only 17% of Democrats said allowing transgender people to compete in women's sports and girls' sports should be a priority for the party. So that would translate to 83% saying no, including one transgender member that was interviewed by Reuters, Benjamin Villagomez. Quote, there are more important things to be moving the needle on. Quote, there are more pressing issues, things that actually matter to people's livelihoods. They go on to talk about the cost of affordable child care, lowering prescription drug costs, making health insurance more readily available, and backing mass transit. The dissatisfaction in the party was strongest amongst younger Democrats in the 18 to 39-year-old demo. This was conducted June 11th through the 16th, 4,300 people nationwide, including 1,300 Democrats. And when you talk about all of the priorities that they get wrong, I want to just highlight a few headlines here. Phil, let's round back to the New York Times if we can. This was the headline after Pete Hegseth spoke about the bombers that took out the nuclear sites in Iran. Throw this up here if you could. This was written by John Ismay from the New York Times. In the briefing, quote, Hegseth referred to B-2 pilots as, quote, our boys on those bombers. Yet both men and women have trained to fly them.
Who wrote this?
This is
Ismay.
John Ismay.
Ugh.
Never heard of him, but I did see the article. Ridiculous. And then you want to talk about stupid messaging of the Democrats and why they continue to lose, which I'm fine with.
Somebody needs to bomb John Ismay.
Right.
I joke.
Put a bunker buster in his
word
lap.
bombs.
Word bombs, yes.
Or stink bombs.
I had a couple of those on Saturday. Bad brisket. So now throw this one up, Phil, if you can. With this, the Los Angeles soccer team in the NWSL, the National Women's Soccer League. So they are owned. I don't know if people realize this because you think nobody watches women's basketball. Nobody watches women's soccer. It's a fact. It's not sexist. It's a fact. The numbers show it. But Bob Iger, the boss from Disney, the CEO, he's destroyed ESPN. He's had Disney movies tank repeatedly, time and time again, with woke reboots like Snow White, things like that. So apparently there's a professional women's soccer team in Los Angeles, and they are called Angel City FC. FC stands for football club. Yeah. But him and his wife are so upset, in disarray over ICE raids in Los Angeles, that they have temporarily rebranded the soccer club to Immigrant City FC. Phil, do we have the picture of that jersey? If I didn't give that to you, that's my fault. He goes on to say, at Angel City, we believe in the power of belonging. We know that our city is stronger because of its diversity and the people and families who shape it, love it, and call it home. We have now decided that we will invest another $100 million into the rebranding from an image and uniform standpoint on select home games. So the Phillies, they have that teal jersey with the yellow and the black. I think it's a pretty good look. So now they are going to call themselves Immigrant City FC. And this goes back to the first hour. If we could put this back up, Phil, the L.A. County Sheriff, after the bombing in Iran, where they say, our hearts, this is their official statement on social media, L.A. County Sheriffs, our hearts go out to victims and families impacted by the recent bombings in Iran. While this tragic event occurred overseas, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department is closely monitoring the situation alongside our local, state, and federal partners. At the moment, there are no known threats to Los Angeles County. However, out of an abundance of caution, we are increasing patrol checks at places of worship and other sensitive locations throughout the county. Let me ask you something. When Tom Homan and ICE and Kristi Noem came into L.A., did they put out statements like this? Why do I have a local sheriff's office putting out a foreign policy message? Does anybody have a guess as to why that could be? See, this is why the Democrats continue to lose. This is why they are going to continue to get crushed. And I'll tell you right now, I really do think they are in deep crap because they haven't changed a thing in 6 months. We are only one calendar year away, really, from when the advertisements are going to start to crank up for the midterms in 2026. You're going to hear them in June, in July, in August, in September, in October, right through November of next fall. And when they continue on with this facade, by the way, you know what the Mets record is since they decided to display a Pride video during the national anthem? 1-9. Keep it up. That's fine. You continue riding this way. Keep losing. We'll keep winning. It'll be great content for this show, and I'll be a happy individual. So I've spilled my bucket there. 855-839-1210. But lastly, I do want to do I have time for this other story? If not, I'll take the call. It's fine. Yeah. Let's go. Let me go, Michael. Surf City. Where the hell is Surf City, New Jersey?
It's down by Long Beach Island. What's wrong with you?
I've never heard that one time. Michael, what's up, buddy?
Hey, how you guys doing this morning?
Forgive Nick Kayal. He doesn't get out of Bluebell.
No worries. Love the show. I love listening to you guys every morning. Great show.
Thanks.
Just wanted to answer a quick question. You had mentioned, why is North Korea allowed to have nukes?
Mm-hmm.
And Iran's not allowed to have nukes. Well, if you really think about it, the reason North Korea is allowed to have nukes is because Donald J. Trump was not president when North Korea received the nukes. If North Korea was building up their stockade when President Trump was in office, that would never happen.
Right.
So, see, what we do is we're proactive. So when you ask the question, why is North Korea allowed to have them? Well, the simple answer is because whoever the hell was president back then didn't take the opportunity of protecting the world, protecting ourselves, quite honestly. because it's a small world if you really look at it. Once you get a nuke and you put it on a ballistic missile,
sure,
that thing's going anywhere.
Right.
So the bottom line being is just to answer the question that Iran is allowed to have or is not allowed to have nukes, and North Korea is, because President Trump wasn't around back then, and obviously he did a good thing by stopping what he did.
All right, Michael. Appreciate the call. Apologies. I'm going to bring in Harry Mays now. He's ripping me and calling me a nitwit for not knowing where Surf City is.
Yeah, he really is, Harry.
I mean, seriously.
It's disgraceful.
I know where the surf sides are.
Yeah,
I know where the state sides are, but I don't know where Surf City is. Hello, buddy. How you doing?
God. I'm doing great. I busted a few bunkers over the weekend, and I hit a few bombs too. So me and President Trump had a lot in common this past weekend.
Harry Mays went into a sand trap yesterday with a Tomahawk missile, shot that 60-degree wedge right out onto the green.
58.
Baby. Oh, 58. My apologies.
58.
Yes. Facts
Yes.
matter on this show, as the YouTube
They
chat
do.
will attest. All right, let's get down to business. 7:43, a little earlier, but we've got 58 clips, so it doesn't matter. Let's find out what's on Stalker's Monday cut sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
One day we'll hit this on time. We're either early or late. One day at 7:45 we'll actually hit this.
It's an odd number. 7:45. It's hard to hit. It's like a tight fairway.
I need to run a tighter ship, Harry.
I agree.
You do.
It's really disgraceful. What's on the cut sheet on
But
this?
when you're winning, you don't fix it if it's
What's
not
on the
broke,
cut sheet?
right?
Shush you.
Oh, you got shushed.
I've been hoping for that.
Good God.
Yeah.
If I hear one more spike the football,
It's amazing. They want to win, and then
it's going to be
when you brag
Stalker
about
and
winning,
company.
It's
It's going
amazing.
to be Stalker and Stenslin.
You ever notice that, Harry? They say they want to win, and then when they do, they're still not happy.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. What's on the cut sheet on this Monday? Sponsored by Rita's Italian Ice. Rita's is making waves with new Kool-Aid Charcoalberry Thin Ice with a fun mix of tropical fruit flavor in every bite. It's the must-try treat of the summer. Don't wait. Try Kool-Aid Charcoalberry Thin Ice at Rita's today. Be Kool-Aid at Rita's. Thank you, Rita's, for sponsoring the ever-important Monday edition. And Kayal is right on this. 10 pages. Look at this.
Oh my God!
Look at this, Harry. Like you don't think you like we don't take weekends off here.
No, you don't.
At least I don't.
Wow.
Everybody else seems to. I don't. I'm firing all shots today. I'm done. I'm good. I'm good.
You're going on vacation soon.
Exactly. There's somebody else's problem.
Where do you want to begin?
All right, let's start with Hegseth's press conference yesterday morning. A reporter asked him, "Do you think there's a possibility that Iran, North Korea, and the other forces such as China will join forces and retaliate?" Roll this.
Iran and North Korea are cooperating on nuclear and missile development. Do you think there is a possibility that Iran, North Korea, and the other forces, such as China, will join forces to retaliate against the United States?
Well, unfortunately, because of the policies under the previous administration, we drove those countries together, and ultimately that creates a challenging environment. For this particular operation, the focus is on Iran and Iranian nuclear capabilities. That's our focus here, is to not just say that they can't have, but President Trump has said from over 20 years, frankly, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And ultimately, he decided this is the moment, given their stonewalling, when direct military action had to be taken to prevent that from happening.
All right, so I'll answer the question more directly. The answer is no. I do not believe other nations will attack America. I do not believe North Korea is going to get involved. Will there be retaliatory efforts domestically and abroad from any Iranian-backed organizations? Yes, I believe that'll happen. But North Korea, no. Kim Jong-un's not messing around. Trump will drive him into the dirt.
Yeah, little rocket man will stay in his lane.
He will. I
yes.
Believe. Yeah.
Trump tweeted that there needs to be a regime change. Hegseth says this mission was not about a regime change. This is for.
This mission was not and has not been about regime change.
Okay.
The president authorized a precision operation.
Tell your commander-in-chief that.
To neutralize the threats to our national interests posed by the Iranian nuclear program and the collective self-defense of our troops and our ally Israel.
So what is it? Are we doing a regime change or are we not? Are we going to, quote unquote, aid Iran in doing a regime change? Help them lift up and, overthrow their government? Whatever the hell they have there?
Not only do I not want the United States to overthrow a regime, I don't even think it's Israel's right to overthrow the regime in Iran. That's up to Iran. That's up to the people. Another nation should not be dictating, who's in charge of another country.
Well, we've been doing that for centuries.
That's true. That's a good
point. Decades.
Yeah. Doesn't mean you have to agree with it, though.
That's what we do.
Yeah.
So
I don't like that.
So, Harry, did I hear you correctly? You're okay with a regime change?
Yes, I would be. Yeah. Those people hate us.
Okay.
I mean, the government hates us. They want death to America. They want to kill Jews and Americans. So I'm good with overthrowing anything that is over there.
Well, my question is, though, if you do that, how long does it take for that to return to power, right? Because, what is that? And I think I said it this way last week. What is that by the West? What is that by Trump in America? What is that by Israel? The rest of Trump's first term? These people are so unstable and so radicalized. And again, not all of them. I don't want to.
What do you mean first term? It's his last term.
Well, that's true. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's not getting a third term.
Right.
Right.
But I mean, once Trump's gone, I mean, if there's a Democrat in power, you don't think that this is going to respawn, so to speak?
Well, then all bets are off.
Yeah.
Yes.
See, to me, that's why I want no involvement in anything with the Middle East, because it's a never-ending war. They've been doing this since the beginning of time. Since Cowboy fans and Eagle fans have hated each other, since cats and dogs don't get along. I'm going like, Bill, what's his name in Ghostbusters? Harold Ramis. This has been going on since biblical times.
Right. Some things will never change.
Some things will never change. Yeah. No, the Arabs and Jews are never going to get along. They're little pockets, Abraham Accords, little stretches of peace, no attacking the other, treaties, and then somebody violates it. Somebody breaks the rules and blows it up.
When were congressional leaders notified? Hegseth answered this, cut 5.
Were they given any advance warning the attacks were coming? And also, Mr. Secretary, when were congressional leaders notified? How long before the attacks took place?
Sir, to your first question, the risk has clearly been rising over the last few weeks in the region. Based on that and not a particular awareness of this operation, we've made smart decisions to minimize the risk to U.S. forces in the region.
So we get no advance warning?
No, sir.
In congressional?
They were notified after the planes were safely out. Well, we complied with the notification requirements of the War Powers Act.
The attacks, they were notified.
They were immediately thereafter. Yes.
All right. So what I cited earlier was, according to, I think it was the New York Post, that they called Schumer, spoke with him, and then they tried to call Hakeem Jeffries and got his voicemail.
Is that right?
That's what I read.
Well, how about the fact that there were no leaks about this?
Well, that's what I said earlier.
Leading up to it. That's amazing.
Yeah,
That is amazing.
Not only no leaks, but also they sent planes to the was it Guam, I believe?
I don't know.
Yes, that was a decoy.
Well, yeah. So it was master deception because they were looking,
I don't know. If
looking to the right, the planes came from the left.
If you were on Seymour Hersh's Substack, he predicted this 3 days ago that we were going to bomb on Saturday.
Or if you listened to me Thursday at 9:08, I said it was going to happen on the weekend.
Fox News' Jennifer Griffin says the B-2 bombers heading to Guam was a distraction, as you guys were saying. This is cut 1.
Yep. She's been
my phone has been literally ringing off the hook. But what I would say is that it's notable how much deception was involved in this operation. All eyes were looking west towards Guam, and the B-2s that took off late last night towards Guam. It's possible that, but if the distance there would suggest that the B-2s may have also flown east from Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri. Remember, the air refuelers, many of them were placed in Europe and across the Middle East, and that is what is known as an air refueling bridge. And all of those B-2s would require much air refueling in order to make it they usually fly round trip from Whiteman. And so what we can say, and the president said this in his Truth Social post, is that a full payload of bombs, those massive ordnance penetrators, the 30,000-pound bunker buster bombs, were dropped at Fordo. And as we have reported, there are 2 entrances to Fordo. So at least 2 bombs at each 2 entrances, which suggests at least 2 B-2s were involved over Fordo. My suspicion is that there were more. And then you have the 2 other sites, Natanz, which also has an underground enrichment facility. The Israelis had not been able to reach or take out that facility despite the last 10 days of bombing. And so now U.S. warplanes, likely another B-2 bomber, had dropped that MOP, the 30,000-pound bunker buster, on Natanz.
All right, there you go.
There you go. And now, now 20% of the world's oil trade is in jeopardy following this. So get ready, folks. I just read something on Bloomberg. Gas prices could go up by $1 to $1.25 per gallon on average.
Well, that's why I reported that at the 6 o'clock news. That was the Strait of Hormuz. So in other words, they're threatening that. But remember, we have, what they're facing when they look out. We still have all of our huge ships out there. Our destroyers are right there.
Yep.
So are they really going to do that? Are they really going to just play a game of chicken?
Yeah, they've threatened this how many times over the course of, the last 20 Arab Emirates. Why doesn't Trump and the people in Dubai build a canal right through the UAE?
You cut out for a second, Harry. I didn't hear you.
Oh, did I?
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I said, why doesn't Trump and his friends over in Dubai build a canal right through the United Arab Emirates? And then the Straits of Hormuz wouldn't be an issue.
Yeah, take it out of the equation.
J.D. Vance was on all the Sunday morning shows yesterday, and he addressed that, the Strait of Hormuz, cut 13, Phil.
Leave us many options in the future.
If Iran disrupts shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, which of course handles about a quarter of the world's oil trade, would that be a red line for the United States, Mr. Vice President?
Well, Kristen, I think our biggest red line is the Iranian nuclear weapons program. That is really what the president has said we need to get rid of.
But what about the Strait of Hormuz?
Steps towards doing that last night. Well, I think that would be suicidal, Kristen, for the Iranians themselves. I mean, their entire economy runs through the Strait of Hormuz. If they want to destroy their own economy and cause disruptions in the world, I think that would be their decision. But why would they do that? I don't think it makes any sense. I don't think that it makes sense for them or for anybody else. What would make sense is for them to come to the negotiating table to actually give up their nuclear weapons program over the long term. And again, if they're willing to do that, they're going to find a willing partner in the United States of America.
Mr. Vice President, when did...
What will be suicidal is the Kayal family heading up to the Lehigh Valley for the next 6 weeks and having to go from paying $3.30 a gallon of gas to $4.45 a gallon of gas and have to leave even earlier till I get to my final. What do they say, Harry? Sometimes to get to heaven, you have to go through hell. Now I'm going to have to not only live with my deranged mother-in-law for 6 weeks until our house is finished, but I might have to pay more gas.
Deranged?
Yes.
That's not nice. That's not.
She's letting you stay in her house,
and I'm giving it all back with gas.
She's housing your children, and you
hear,
call her deranged. What a horrible human you are.
Non-stop with the talking
Just
points.
go get a Tesla.
Yeah.
No, I don't want a Tesla. I want cheap gas. I keep hearing drill, baby, drill. I'm tired of it. No more of the cliches. Where's my cheap oil prices? Darn it.
Well, the talking points must have been in full effect because Marco Rubio was also on all the Sunday shows. He also said it would be suicidal, the same exact phrase that J.D. Vance used if Iran would block the Strait of Hormuz. Roll this, Phil.
Its military take action to keep, for example, the transit point, the Strait of Hormuz, open. If there are attacks on oil installations, would the United States consider that a direct act by the state, even if it was carried out by a militia?
Well, I'm not going to take options away from the president. That's not something we're talking about right now in terms of being immediate. But if they do that, the first people that should be angry about it are the Chinese government because they take a lot of their oil comes through there. So they should be the first ones that are saying if they mine the Straits of Hormuz, the Chinese are going to pay a huge price. And every other country in the world is going to pay a huge price. We will too. It'll have some impact on us. It'll have a lot more impact on the rest of the world. A lot more impact on the rest of the world. It would be a suicidal move on their part because I think the whole world would come against them if they did that.
Will the Chinese and Russians stop trading with Iran?
You have to ask the Chinese and the Russians.
haven't asked
Probably
them?
not. I mean, they're getting, the Russians are getting a bunch of these, these drones that they're using are coming from Iran.
Exactly.
They're coming from Iran. So I saw the foreign minister, instead of meeting with Steve Witkoff, is headed to Moscow to meet with Putin, which was a pre-scheduled meeting, which is fine. They can go meet. And, the Russians, at the end of the day, I mean, they buy drones from them. But look, this is very simple. We want to have an agreement with them, a diplomatic agreement in which they have a civil nuclear program but are not enriching and don't have weapons-grade material or weapons-grade capabilities laying around. That's that simple. That's our interest here.
Understood.
Who they trade with, who they deal with, those are other topics. Our objective here is very straightforward. They're not going to have a nuclear weapon. They're not even going to get close to a nuclear weapon. They're not even going to be in the neighborhood of a nuclear weapon because these people are dangerous. This is a radical Shia clerics who run that country,
Yes.
and they are the source of all instability in the region, all of it. Without
And you're
Iran
offering to
and this
negotiate
regime,
with them,
there
so-
is no Hamas, there is no Hezbollah. Well, because we don't want them to have a nuclear weapon.
Okay, but
that's the core objective.
She's the worst.
But but I'm going through the things they've done because that's why they can't have a nuclear weapon. Okay, they sponsor Shias.
Yeah, I'm just
sorry,
trying
they
to-
sponsor these Shia militias, Hamas, Hezbollah, all these other terrorist groups. These people are never going to get anywhere close to a nuclear weapon. Not
the
while Donald Trump
Americans
is
at-
president.
Would anybody be opposed to Catherine Herridge storming on set right now and hitting Brennan in the back of the steel chair? That would be glorious.
She's not good at her job. She doesn't have the commanding presence that I'm all for. I want these people pushing back on propaganda if they feel it's out there.
Right.
But she's just not good at it.
But it's also a constant interruption. Every time it's Rubio or Vance on CBS or CNN or any, who never gets to seem to be interrupted is Tom Homan. You ever notice that? They know not to interrupt that guy. Yet for some reason, they try to do it with Rubio or Vance, perhaps maybe because they're a little smoother around the edges or more soft-spoken. But I'm thinking about the economic impact here. So you have these strikes, and now we have a potential rise in oil prices. Also at the time where Jerome Powell at the Fed said we are not lowering interest rates. It's going to continue to be in this holding pattern. By the way, hate the phrase holding pattern. Can't stand that phrase. But then you have the impacts about what could happen tariff-wise. So this is where I go to the Lindsey Grahams of the world, and I say I despise people like that because they make tons of money. They don't have to worry about the cost of anything. Oh, yeah, bomb away. But it's more than just taking out nuclear weapon capabilities. It's more than just destroying a bunker. What is the economic impact on energy? Oh, by the way, tariffs. I mean, tariffs could blow up in Trump's face, or they could be a non-factor like they've been so far. But that, who gets screwed out of all of this? Everybody on this show, everybody listening to this show. When the interest rates don't come down, and by the way, great timing for energy prices to skyrocket, just as we're hitting 98 and 99 and 100 degrees.
Yeah,
great,
exactly.
Great.
Well, it's a threat, and they've been threatening this forever.
Until
it happens.
One of the reporters asked Pete Hegseth about the intelligence, bringing up the Tulsi Gabbard thing from March. Cut 6, Phil.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Concerning the justification for these strikes, in March, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence released their threat assessment, concluding, quote, Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear programs he suspended in 2003, unquote. So what new intelligence does the U.S. have since then that the Iranians have changed their position on nuclear weapons? And does this new intelligence come from U.S. sources and methods, or are we getting this information from other countries?
Well, I would just simply say that the president's made it very clear. He's looked at all of this, all of the intelligence, all of the information, and come to the conclusion that the Iranian nuclear program is a threat, and was willing to take this precision operation to neutralize that threat in order to advance American national interests, reduce the Iranian nuclear program, and obviously collective self-defense of ourselves and our allies. So he looked at all of it, understood the nature of the threat, and took bold action I think the American people would expect in a commander-in-chief. That's all we've got. Thank you very much.
I certainly hope what Dawn was reporting earlier about Iran under fire early this morning, I hope that is merely from Israel, not just the United States and Israel. I hope this was a one-off, because I did say this, and this is where I defend Trump on this on two fronts. One, I think he's earned the benefit of the doubt with the way he handles foreign nations from a negotiating standpoint, giving you plenty of time, make a deal or find out. But also, I gave you all of those attacks in the big take from 2008 all the way to until January 2024. How many times can Iran and any of their little proxies that they're affiliated with attack America before America fires back? Now, yes, and in between, there's been times where America, I mentioned all the times that Obama struck Iran in 2016 without congressional approval or any of that stuff. But, I mean, at some point, you get bullied, you keep getting punched, you keep having these little ragtag operations showing up next to your cruisers on the sea. Yeah, you have to lay the law down here a little bit. Should we just keep getting steamrolled? Because that's the definition of what happened under the Biden administration. Weak leadership.
But didn't Biden hit the Houthis without getting congressional approval?
Yeah, this whole congressional approval is just like, it's so...
Well, it's a new talking point
it's
for the
just,
Democrats.
the Democrats are they're just, ugh.
And you heard from Secretary Hegseth say they obviously looked at the law. They were within the War Powers Act. And so they knew that would be a talking point. They knew that they were ready for Democrats to say that. Right. So they already made sure that they dotted their I's and crossed their T's. And there's I don't see that this so-called congressional, permission slip was needed, but I don't see, it's just a Democrat talking point. And a few Republicans, Tom Massey.
Oh, boy, Massey.
And crew.
Yep.
But Iran violated that 2019 nuclear treaty, according to no credible source has fast-tracking a nuke.
Brandon Weaver on the YouTube chat says, I'm confused as to which side Nick is on.
You're confused at what side I'm on?
Yeah.
Go back and listen to this show for the last 2 years.
He's a heterosexual.
And by the way, stop calling. No more call. I'm not taking any more calls on why Israel, I'm not 411, and I'm not Google. Look up the answers yourself. I'm not here to lecture. This isn't College 101. You can get that on other shows. Tired of these dopes.
About the intelligence, Margaret Brennan asked Rubio about that Cut 18.
Let me follow up on a phrase you just word, weaponization ambitions. Are you saying there that the United States did not see intelligence that the Supreme Leader had ordered weaponization?
That's irrelevant. I see that question being asked in the media. That's an irrelevant question.
No,
they have
that is
everything
the
they need
key
to build
point
a weapon.
in U.S. intelligence assessments. You know that.
No, it's not.
Yes, it was.
No, it's
that
not.
The political decision had not been made.
I know that better than you know that, and I know that that's not the case.
I know that better than you know that.
The order was given.
And the people who say that, it doesn't matter if the order was given. They have everything they need to build nuclear weapons. Why would you bury things in a mountain 300 feet under the ground?
Right.
Why would you bury why do they have 60% enriched uranium? You don't need 60% enriched uranium. The only countries in the world that have uranium at 60% are countries that have nuclear weapons. Because they can quickly make it 90. They have all the elements. They have. Why do they have a space program? Is Iran going to go to the moon? No, they're trying to build an ICBM.
No, but that's a question. That's a question of intent. And you know, in the intelligence assessment, that it was that Iran wanted to be a threshold state and use this leverage. I'm talking about the public March assessment, and that's why I was asking you if you know something more from March.
But that's also an inaccurate representation of it. That's an accurate representation of it. That's not how intelligence is read. That's not how intelligence is used. Here's what the whole world knows. Forget about intelligence. What the IAEA knows. They are enriching uranium well beyond anything you need for a civil nuclear program. So why would you enrich uranium at 60%? Right. If you don't intend to one day use it to take it to 90 and build a weapon. Right. Why are you developing ICBMs? Why do you have 8,000 short-range missiles and 2,000 to 3,000 long mid-range missiles that you continue to develop? Why do you do all these things? They have everything they need for a nuclear weapon. They have the delivery mechanisms. They have the enrichment capability. They have the highly enriched uranium that is stored. Yes. That's all we need to see.
Right. Well,
especially in the hands of a regime that's already involved in terrorism and proxies and all kinds of things around. They are the source of all
instability
in the Middle East.
No one's disputing that. I'm not doing that here. And they were censured at the IAEA for that enrichment and for violating their non-proliferation agreements. I was simply asking if we had intelligence that there was an order to weaponize? Because you said weaponization ambitions.
Well, we
which
have
implies
intelligence that they have
weren't
everything
doing
they
it.
need to build a nuclear
Got
weapon, and that's more than enough.
So here are the 9 countries known to possess nuclear weapons: Russia, the United States, China, France, the United Kingdom, Pakistan, India, Israel, and North Korea. Now, Iran could have been number 10. That won't happen. But just looking at this list right now, as far as those nations, North Korea, I don't like the fact that they have them. Pakistan, don't like that
How did
fact.
they get him?
Who?
How did Pakistan get in there?
I have no idea. No
Seriously,
idea.
if you're going to look at one nation, which one doesn't belong? You'd be like, how did Pakistan have nukes?
Well, North Korea.
Yeah,
But
I don't
to
want
our
any of
previous
these
caller-
unstable countries.
But Nick? Who was the previous caller who said the answer to Pakistan and North Korea is because Trump wasn't president when they got him?
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah. Of course, of course.
That was a great. I mean, that was a great line.
I agree. Yes, take advantage of it when you
So-
have a weak leader like Biden who's asleep at 4 o'clock.
So
every
someday
day.
somebody won't say, how did Iran? You know what I mean? 10, 20, 40
Yeah,
years from
right.
now,
Yeah.
somebody won't be on a morning radio show or anywhere in the world saying,
Mhm.
how in the world did Iran get nuclear powers? That's why they did this. That's why they
Yeah.
needed to do Operation Hammer Time or Operation Midnight Hammer Time.
Midnight
Operation
Hammer.
Midnight Hammer.
that was
Hammer
my
Time.
that was my college cover band.
Yeah.
We are Operation Midnight Hammer.
I've unleashed some midnight hammers in my day.
I was midnight hammered a few nights ago, but that was based on cocktails.
No, I'm well in bed by midnight.
Yeah. I love all these people, these YouTube chatters. I'm just so tired of you. I really am. Like, just go away. I don't care. If you can't follow my logic and pay attention,
Somebody got under Nick's skin. I love it.
Oh boy, here we go. This sounds like Bruno
No,
from
but you know what it is?
2013.
Tell us what are you referring to?
Yeah, call in. Have a set of balls. Stop being a keyboard loser. Siri, I'm right here. You can see my face. I'll look you right in the camera. Ask me any question. I give you exactly where I stand. I'm
This sounds
sorry
like
if
Tony Bruno.
if my conversation is a little too nuanced for some of you nitwits out there that go, "Oh, I want war," or "Oh, I hate all war." Boy, that's an entertaining show. That's a very informative, nuanced conversation. But boy, if I just came on at 6:01 and said, "I hate war," well, how do I get to 10 o'clock the rest of the day then, genius? So think about people that are trying to do a show and entertain you and inform you. And by the way, I'm not paid to inform you. So don't ask me for answers. Yeah, that's fine. You can give them news. Look it up on the internet. Listen to Mark Levin. That's why I'm setting ratings and other shows are getting zipped off of this station. I'm not here to give a college lecture on political discourse and foreign diplomacy. If you want 17 minutes on that, get it elsewhere. And if you can't keep up with me because you have the attention span of a tick on my dog's ass, then go back and use the rewind feature. Use the Instagram. Go back to YouTube. I'm not regurgitating 4 hours every day what I said every 8 minutes.
Now, Teresa, who I'm talking about,
Poor
remember
chick.
Teresa and George? They'll be with you on July 20th.
Yes.
And so Teresa, she's just great. She says about North Korea, remind them that North Korea does not terrorize us or the world that I'm aware of. But she also says they have, because they own the dog-friendly company. So there's a thing that you can wear a collar and it gives off like a little signal that keeps off the ticks. So she can
It's
tell
like a
you all about it. So
vibration or
North
something.
Korea and tick proofing, all in with Teresa and George. So
Wow.
so she'll talk to you about it, Nick.
I would like to be that guy in what was the movie
He's
where?
fired.
Oh God, well, I'm going to draw a blank now on the movie.
Give us a hint.
The guy that was in the little detention center.
Hannibal Lecter?
No, there's like Saw.
right,
Saw.
okay.
You know that they put
Yes.
that bomb around
Yeah.
his neck with that
Yeah.
vice.
Yeah.
That's what I feel like doing to myself right now.
stop?
I got to deal with these dopes. I've said go back
Of course he can't. He can't get through a 4-hour show without eating something.
Go back to the big take this
You're
morning.
making him stressy. Stop it, people.
You're not making me stressy.
Oh.
But I got to keep my
Are you
sugar
eating a
up.
fig bar again?
Yeah. It's called keeping my energy level for 4 straight hours.
Yeah.
I
Why don't
get
you
to
wait till the break?
I don't get to check out
Guys,
midway through my
come
show.
on. He's stressed out enough with he's moving in with his mother-in-law for a month.
Well, he is stressed out.
Go back to the big take where I reiterated again my position on every hypothetical. The percentage of them having nuclear warheads. Am I on board with the strike? Am I against war? I went through, and I've repeated it. You can go through every big take. I've done a big take for 5 straight days on a never-ending stupid war.
I will say this.
Every position is consistent. So if you haven't figured it out in 6 days, I'm not going to be able to explain it to you in 6 seconds.
You are. I know where you stand more than I know where other talk show hosts stand.
I'm the most consistent person.
People who would say, let's have both sides of the story and see what plays out.
I'm so tired of these.
All right. Everybody calm down.
So that's why you're giving up booze for 6 weeks.
No.
You're moving in with the mother-in-law.
No, I'm giving up booze because I'm developing man boobs and my ass jiggles too much.
Well, yeah, you've got some handles.
And I am willing to roast myself.
I know. That's why we love you.
God.
Relax.
I am relaxed.
I knew.
That's.
I just love.
So tired.
One YouTube comment gets him just derails the show.
I can't wait.
This is what happened with Tony Bruno when we had the text board years ago.
Yeah.
Dell
in Paulsboro would send a text, and it would send Tony down the rabbit hole.
I love it.
Dell in Paulsboro.
Look, I gotta say, we are the most transparent show on radio. You get to comment on what we do in live time or in real time, and we'll read it, and it may derail the show for 10 minutes.
You can question all of my opinions. I don't care about that. But to sit there after 6 days and say you don't know where I stand on the issue, this is all we've talked about for 6 days.
Yeah.
Where have you been? Did you just come back from Pluto? How about Mars? How about Uranus? Neptune?
How about Sea Isle City?
Saturn? How about Surf City? How about Atlantic City?
Can we do
How about Immigrant City FC Los Angeles?
Can we get back to DNI and
Do we have any pronouns? Do we have any pride videos? I need an Israel-Iran break. Oh,
yeah, whatever happened to Pride Month?
You got canceled. Got hijacked.
Really?
Lindsey Graham destroyed it.
No kings, protests.
No kings.
Juneteenth and.
I used to like
else.
Pride Month.
Well, you know what, Harry? You bring up a good point.
Yeah.
You think about Pride Month, actually, it's a money grab for cities like Philadelphia. For the restaurants and everybody comes. We are a destination city for those things.
Right.
And then day one, remember that? Nobody talks about it. The one poor guy who was here celebrating got killed, was murdered during some kind of a robbery. And then boom, it was like everybody left. Usually we have a lot of tourism this month for Pride Month, but I don't know how that's going.
When's Indigenous Peoples Month? I need more months.
Are we at war with Iran? Maria Bartiromo asked Rubio that. Cut 17.
Now at war with Iran.
Iran.
No, we're not. This is not a war against Iran. This is very simple. 67 days ago, the President of the United States sent the Iranians a letter, and it said, you're not going to have nuclear weapons. You're not going to have a militarized nuclear program. Let's negotiate. I want to do this diplomatically. I want to do this peacefully. They tried to play him along the way they've played every American president for the last 35 years. And, the president told them, if we don't get a deal, which is what he wanted, then I'll have to handle it differently. And that's what he did last night. He handled it differently. But that was an Iranian choice. We didn't make that choice. They did. By playing games with Donald Trump, they made a huge mistake. And President Trump acted last night. And I think the world today is safer and more stable than it was 24 hours ago. And a bunch of these countries putting out statements condemning us, privately, they all agree with us that this needed to be done. They got to do what they got to do for, their own public relations purposes. But the only people in the world that are unhappy about what happened in Iran last night is the regime in Iran.
Remember on Friday's Big Take, and I know our person on YouTube won't remember because they don't know where I stand on this, but the Ayatollah of Iran put out that post on X saying, we will not be intimidated, go threaten somebody else. We don't fear your threats, Mr. President Donald Trump. And they found out. Remember, Trump gave them 60 days. And then what happened on day 61? Kaboom. Ultimate F around and find out, right? It's like my daughters.
F-A-F-O.
I tell my daughters, I'm telling you, if I catch that fan on again in the room when you leave the house and raise my electric bill, I've told you 9 times, there won't be a 10th. And then you do it, you find out what happens. So, I have no problem with Trump bombing these nuclear sites. Absolutely no problem. The bigger question is, and maybe we're splitting hairs here, is there a difference between was this an act of war, which I would say yes, and is this war with Iran, to which I don't really believe that just
It's
yet.
war with their nuclear program.
And that's what J.D. Vance said.
Yeah.
That's verbatim.
15.
Which I think is a fair answer.
It's on Greg's cut sheet.
15.
Of self-defense.
And joining me now is Vice President J.D. Vance. Vice President Vance, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thank you, Kristen. Great to be with you.
Thank you for being here on a monumental Sunday. My first question, Mr. Vice President, is the United States now at war with Iran?
No, Kristen, we're not at war with Iran. We're at war with Iran's nuclear program. And let me just say, Kristen, that we're incredibly grateful and proud of the American Air Force pilots who did an incredible job last night. The operation was really extraordinary. These guys flew from Missouri. They didn't land a single time. They dropped 30,000-pound bombs on a target the size of a washing machine, and then got back home safely without ever landing in the Middle East or ever stopping other than to briefly refuel. And of course, they did that in the air. So it's really an incredible operation, a testament to the power of American military. And I think what shows what can happen when you have that great American military in the hands of capable presidential leadership. What we did is we destroyed the Iranian nuclear program. I think we set that program back substantially, and we did it without endangering the lives of the American pilots. That's an incredible thing, and I think we all should be proud. Whatever our politics, we should be proud of what these guys accomplished. A very, very high-impact mission under a lot of pressure.
Mr. Vice President, let's...
It really was an impressive mission when you consider a 37-hour trip for a 25-minute in-and-out procedure, so to speak, to the point where, I mean, nobody in the administration, basically an informational blackout occurs. Yeah. And this is an administration that in its first 5 months had all sorts of leaks with the Signal Chat app, with Hegseth, and this, that, and the other thing. Kristi Noem doesn't know where her purse is, for God's sakes, and yet they pulled this off. But you know what? If all of us were predicting this, I said it on Thursday that it was going to happen on a weekend. Soccer referenced somebody earlier in the show that predicted it like 4 days ago or something to that effect. How was Iran caught with their pants down? I mean, were they really duped by Trump sending a couple of flights towards the West, and then they dropped their guard and allowed this to happen?
Apparently they were.
That's really bad.
I don't think they dropped their guard. I think Israel knocked down their guard. In other words, I think they didn't even have sirens reportedly at that point. So I don't think that it was a matter of if, it was always a matter of when. They knew it was going to happen with 2 weeks, but I think that they are weak and that Israel had left them basically defenseless. So I don't really think they had much, to be honest, as far as what are they going to do against a B-2 stealth Spirit bomber.
So do you think America finished the job, or is it now for Israel to come in and finish whatever is left?
Yeah, I think that's what they're doing right
for
now.
Israel.
They're fighting. They're fighting right now as we speak, back and forth. But I think Iran is so weakened at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, calling it a success, and so. You know, over the weekend, what bothered me was that there were all these military experts, and they were saying, well, you got to give Iran something, that they're going to do something to try to save face because meaning the government, the regime right now. No, I don't think you have to give them anything, quite frankly.
Nope.
I don't. And
I'm just worried about somebody that might already be inside the United States doing something. That's the thing that scares me.
That concerns the hell out of me.
Yeah.
Speaking of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu praised the United States military for its awesome attack on Iran, congratulating President Trump. Cut 3, go.
Congratulations, President Trump. Your bold decision to target Iran's nuclear facilities with the awesome and righteous might of the United States will change history. In Operation Rising Lion, Israel has done truly amazing things. But in tonight's action against Iran's nuclear facilities, America has been truly unsurpassed. It has done what no other country on earth could do. History will record that President Trump acted to deny the world's most dangerous regime the world's most dangerous weapons. His leadership today has created a pivot of history that can help lead the Middle East and beyond to a future of prosperity and peace. President Trump and I often say, peace through strength. First comes strength, then comes peace. And tonight, President Trump and the United States acted with a lot of strength. President Trump, I thank you. The people of Israel thank you. The forces of civilization thank you. God bless America. God bless Israel. And may God bless our unshakable alliance, our unbreakable faith.
Oh, you thought Lindsey Graham was excited for some bombings on Saturday night. Jeez, you hear that? Congratulations, Mr. Trump. This was awesome, America. You would have thought Trump hit a walk-off grand slam at Citizens Bank Park.
Team USA.
Oh, God. I mean, I'm for the necessary evil of what occurred. But, man, Netanyahu, that was almost a celebratory tone. And I don't really feel like we should be celebrating any act of destruction like that. I mean, do we know for sure that there were no casualties?
Yes.
We do?
Yes.
So
We do?
absolutely no death?
No.
All right.
That's amazing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then good. Then good.
That is amazing.
It's amazing.
Because they had evacuated.
Right.
The only way that that's possible is that they knew they had already been warned that, this is what we're going after. It's a no-brainer. So they clearly were evacuated if there were no casualties, right?
Mm-hmm.
These are
But I think if I was
centers
from
for
a
science.
country with the proximity to Iran that Israel is, I'd be pretty celebratory too.
Well, yeah.
I mean, seriously.
Yeah. 8 o'clock hour brought to you by First Bank. If you're ready to drive your business success with a trusted local partner, well, then count on First Bank for personalized support and smart solutions to help your business grow. First Bank, your trusted local partner to success. Visit myfirstbank.com to learn more. Member FDIC.
Early Saturday, before this all went down, Trump was asked about, what was happening, because as of Saturday afternoon, it was the 2 weeks thing. The reporter asked about Tulsi Gabbard, and Trump said, she's wrong. Roll this.
20 years ago, you were skeptical of a Republican administration that attacked a Middle East country on the idea of questionable intelligence of weapons of mass destruction.
Great question.
How is this moment different with Iran?
Well, there were no weapons of mass destruction. I never thought there were. And that was somewhat pre-nuclear. There was a nuclear age, but nothing like it is today. And it looked like I'm right about the material that they've gathered already. It's a tremendous amount of material. And I think within a matter of weeks, or certainly within a matter of months, they're going to be able to have a nuclear weapon. We can't let that happen. I was very much opposed to Iraq. I said it loud and clear, but I was a civilian, but I guess I got a lot of publicity. But I was very much opposed to the Iraq war. And I actually did say, don't go in, don't go in, don't go in. But I said, if you're going to go in, keep the oil. But they didn't do that.
What intelligence do you have that Iran is building a nuclear weapon? Your intelligence community has said they have no evidence that they are at this point.
Well, then my intelligence community is wrong. Who in the intelligence community said that?
Your director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard.
She's wrong.
Wow, there you go. So
Yeah. I mean,
she's wrong.
I'll go back to what I
Okay.
said last week. To me, that becomes a national security concern here domestically. What information does Trump have that the director of national intelligence does not have, right?
When was that clip?
March.
This clip
Trump-
was of Trump in March?
No.
that's
This
Saturday.
This was Saturday.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
Tulsi
a
was
report-
March.
So think about it. A reporter is asking Trump a question and saying, well, your own secretary just... So Trump is, I think, inferring from that person that she just said it. She said that all the way back months ago in the spring, in the early spring. And so they're not saying, well, back in March... You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Tulsi Gabbard said...
They're
said
making it
such
sound
and
like
such.
she
They're
said
making
that.
it seem like she said
a
it
week
Friday.
ago. Right.
So
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
reacting in real time, and so people are airing that clip as if... But the truth is, the reporter should have said, well, back in March, under oath, this is what she said.
Well, my next question, I think logically then, is how far can you accelerate your nuclear program
In 3 months.
in 3 months? Can you
Yeah.
go from 35% to 60? Can you go from 60 to 90? I don't know. From what I read, it can be a matter of weeks. It could be a 4 to 6 week stretch. So I'm just going to assume that, yes, you can reach that nuclear threshold that is deemed.
It was 3 to 6 months for the last 30 years.
Well, that's
we
also
played the
right.
clip.
Correct.
And Netanyahu's been itching to go to war with Iran for 30 years.
Yep. But again,
he has.
We're getting caught up in, we don't know the percentages. We don't know for sure who knows what. But my concern is that and yes, I understand the way, Dawn, you framed it with the wording of the question. But again, if Tulsi Gabbard and Marco Rubio and Pete Hegseth and J.D. Vance and Donald Trump, if all 5 of them do not have the same information for whatever and whoever it is, that should be a concern for all of us in America. How can the information be different? Somebody's embellishing, somebody's lying, somebody's being fed bad information, somebody's being given an agenda, somebody's not processing the information correctly, because it should be unanimous across the board with those 5 individuals from a national security perspective what the deal is.
Well, but the reporter's question, and I know you said, oh, it's a great question. It is. If they just said, the real question is, Mr. President, you're saying this just a few months ago in March. This is what Tulsi Gabbard said.
Caitlin Collins asked him that on Air Force One last week.
Here's what we do.
Let me just speak.
Oh, sorry.
Let me just finish. The question is, Mr. President, you're saying this, so what has changed since March? And I think that part of it may be this uranium hexafluoride that we keep hearing about, which is a key chemical compound that is crucial in the nuclear fuel cycle.
Yeah.
That compound for uranium enrichment is what they keep talking about, that all these different groups that watch this, the reports that we're getting just within a few days ago was that they have this and that they were working on more. And so that was really, I think, the change. But nobody seemed to ask Trump that, which is very surprising to me. Mr. President, what changed? What changed over the last week? What changed since March? Was it information that you received, or was it something they were creating or compounds that they were bringing in? That's the real question that I don't see anyone asking.
All right, I just sent you guys the full clip of Tulsi Gabbard back in March. We need to play this. Somebody needs to pull it. Tulsi Gabbard tweeted this 2 days ago. The dishonest media is intentionally taking my testimony out of context and spreading fake news as a way to manufacture division. America has intelligence that Iran is at the point that it can produce a nuclear weapon within weeks to months if they decide to finalize the assembly. President Trump has been clear that can't happen, and I agree. So I know I've played a smaller version clip of Tulsi where she was talking about they did not have the ability, but there's a 1 and 45-second video on her official government feed at DNI Gabbard. I think we should pull that. We should play that, because if that's true, then to Dawn's point, that question is actually a terrible question, because people, myself maybe included, have been playing a clip of her out of context without the full picture being presented.
This is why I have I guess it's a superpower of invisibility. Nobody listens to me. I've been saying this for a week. For 1 week, I've been saying she was taken out of context.
I do think I remember.
So it's
you
fake
saying
news.
That. Okay.
It's fake news.
Well, we have the. I sent you guys the video.
So then
let's play. And
everybody
we'll
is on the same page,
and that would lead me to believe yes, that everybody is.
Yes.
Correct.
Well, why hasn't she been out to speak then?
It's true. And why would Trump then say it doesn't matter what she says? If she says that they have him, he's of the belief, then they're on the same page.
Yes.
Then he should be saying,
"Oh, we're on the same page."
Right. Instead of saying she's wrong.
But
fake news was asking a question out of context.
Caitlin Collins asked a question like back in March. She said this, and he said she was wrong.
Okay.
Last week. Caitlin said back in March.
So the video I sent looks like testimony under oath. This does not look like she was being asked this by Caitlin Collins. I almost said Caitlin Clark.
All right.
Let me know when we have
it. Well, actually, let's play it on the other side. Dawn, talk to us about Kitchen Magic.
Got to get the magic. All right, at Kitchen Magic, my friends at Kitchen Magic, they're the best. You got to do this. They've been transforming kitchens since 1979. Proudly American-made, family-owned, and yes, 100% tariff-proof. That means no international delays, no delays at all, and no surprise fees. This month only, you got to do this. June is winding down. Take advantage of Kitchen Magic's 24-month, same as cash financing. This is time. It's the time to love your kitchen again. Just visit them. KitchenMagic.com. You can call them 1-800-237-0799. That's 800-237-0799. KitchenMagic.com. Do this. Kitchen Magic, quality that's closer to home. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, I've got this. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, and get ready to succeed again. Get an affordable online skills-based education to move your career forward. UMGC offers no-cost digital materials in place of textbooks in most courses, low-cost tuition, and over $21 million in scholarship opportunities each aid year. Find out if you qualify at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary. Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Family & Company Jewelers offers the best of the best when it comes to engagement rings, customer service, quality, and price. And now it's official. Family & Company has been named South Jersey Magazine's 2025 Best of the Best Jewelry Store. Looking to get engaged? You want to get her the best ring, the best diamond. Why go anywhere else? Go to the best of the best. Family & Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. South Jersey's diamond destination. Visit familyjewelers.com.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
8:36, Kayal and Company. As we continue here on a Monday, a shout out to Mick Meat Nuts on X.
Big balls.
Mick Meat Nuts, a.k.a. at Mike56329674.
Hairy balls.
He says Iran can convert its current stock of 60% enriched uranium into 233 kilograms of WGU in 3 weeks at the Ferdo fuel enrichment plant. So this is, he sent me a screenshot of a website, ISIS, I don't know if that's supposed to be ISIS, but isis-online.org, which has all sorts of findings on how quickly they can manufacture and convert this energy, if you want to call it that. So if that's correct, then that's right in that timeline, that wheelhouse of about a month as we continue the cut sheet.
Why don't you set up this clip from Tulsi Gabbard since you found it?
Okay. So we have the full one. I believe this is directly from Tulsi Gabbard's X feed, in which she says that her words are being taken out of context. Let me just read her tweet verbatim, and then we'll play this for you.
And when was this?
So
tweet?
she posted this 2 days ago. This was June 20th at 5:29 p.m. Friday, correct. Friday at 5:30. She says the dishonest media is intentionally taking my testimony out of context and spreading fake news as a way to manufacture division. America has intelligence that Iran is at the point that it can produce a nuclear weapon within weeks to months. If they decide to finalize the assembly, President Trump has been clear that cannot happen, and I agree. Here is my full testimony below. Phil, let's roll the audio and video.
Iran continues to seek expansion of its influence in the Middle East, despite the degradation to its proxies and defenses during the Gaza conflict. Iran has developed and maintains ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and UAVs, including systems capable of striking U.S. targets and allies in the region. Tehran has shown a willingness to use these weapons, including during a 2020 attack on U.S. forces in Iraq and in attacks against Israel in April and October 2024. Iran's cyber operations and capabilities also present a serious threat to U.S. networks and data. The IC continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program that he suspended in 2003. The IC continues to monitor closely if Tehran decides to reauthorize its nuclear weapons program. In the past year, we've seen an erosion of a decades-long taboo in Iran on discussing nuclear weapons in public, likely emboldening nuclear weapons advocates within Iran's decision-making apparatus. Iran's enriched uranium stockpile is at its highest levels and is unprecedented for a state without nuclear weapons. Iran will likely continue efforts to counter Israel and press for U.S. military withdrawal from the region by aiding, arming, and helping to reconstitute its loose consortium of like-minded terrorists and militant actors, which it refers to as its axis of resistance. Although weakened, this collection of actors still presents a wide range of threats, including to Israel's population, U.S. forces deployed in Iraq and Syria, and to U.S. and international military and commercial shipping and transit.
All right, well, there you go. I'm not.
What did she say that was any different?
I'm not saying that she.
It was just a longer clip.
No, she said that
She does not?
She said that the levels, if you go back, the
highest
latter
levels,
the highest
unprecedented.
levels, and that she stated that what they have is much higher than you need.
Correct.
It's basically what Rubio said, but not.
Which was what
Rubio said.
It's what Rubio said to Brennan with you don't have those levels unless you're going to the moon, and Iran doesn't plan to go to the moon anytime soon. So again, but here's the thing. So she does not. There's two things. Number one, she does not sit there and say something stark contrast to what Trump is saying based on intel sources. But secondly, and most importantly, just because we played you that full clip doesn't mean you have to believe Tulsi Gabbard. But this narrative out there that her and Trump are not on the same page is incorrect.
Is false.
Unless there's another clip that I'm not aware of, because that is from March. That much I do know. That was in front of Tom Cotton, the chair, and the vice chair, Mr. Warner. You saw those two in the beginning of the video sitting there. So that would have been roughly 3 months ago. Now, again, in 3 weeks, if what that guy, Mr. McMeatnut sent me, it's unbelievable. It's bad
McMeatnuts?
X is as bad as the YouTube chat. If that's correct with 3 weeks, well, it's been 9 weeks. It's been 12 weeks since Tulsi Gabbard said that. So what changes? A lot can change in 12 weeks, if you believe it.
I don't care if they have 30% or 40%, whatever it is. It needed to be eliminated.
Yeah.
In my view.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Most of America does not disagree, by the way, either. We gave you the polling numbers from Harry Enton on CNN last Thursday on the show. 79% of all registered in the poll agree that Trump should use a strike if, in fact, Iran has nuclear capabilities. 83% of Republicans agree. And I'm paraphrasing here, but Harry Enton said, when 79% of Democrats and 83% of Republicans are on board with the same issue, that's probably the right side.
It's a win.
It's a win.
Well, let's start. Let's start with strange bedfellows. Let's go to CNN's Van Jones. He calls on progressives to get on board with Trump's stance that Iran can't have nuclear weapons. Cut 8, Phil.
Van Jones.
Wow.
Didn't have this
buying himself some time in some room. I was also in the Holy Land very recently. I think progressives underestimate how dangerous Iran is. Iran is not a normal country. Normal countries don't blind women because they showed some hair. They don't empower little gangs and proxies to surround a country and fire rockets and rape people. So Iran, the two things are clear. The what, they cannot have a bomb, and the why, because they say death to America, death to Israel, and death to all the Jews. One of those should offend you if you're progressives. At least one should offend you. And so the question, though, is the who and the how. Is Israel going to take out this nuclear capacity by dropping people there who blow it up? Or is America going to take it out by dropping a bomb that blows it up? But the what and the why are clear, and I think progressives should get on board with that. We cannot have a nuclear-armed Iran. I was in the region. You were in the region. This is a very dangerous power that cannot get a nuclear weapon.
I love the fact that even Van Jones is telling progressives how stupid they are. I mean, think about this. This is the same group on the political spectrum that marches with the mantra of gays for Gaza. I mean, okay.
Yeah.
Here's what we'll do. We'll board you up on a plane. You go over there and march on the Gaza Strip for gay people and see if they don't throw you off of a building.
Right.
That's
be a
their
great
loss.
platform to run on. Let's give Iran a nuke.
And you know that's what think about what they've done since Trump got reelected. It was the pro-Palestinian cause. Now it's the pro-illegal alien cause. Now it's going to be the pro-Iran cause. You know, this week, all week long, the progressive squad Dems are going to be coming out and advocating and saying that Iran is the victim of a war crime from Donald Trump.
Right.
Take that to the bank by
AOC
today.
will be saying that today.
She already is.
And impeachment.
And impeachment. Yep.
Well, that was Sean Casten, wasn't it, from Illinois?
Yep.
He started that.
Chris Christie says that who's not a fan of President Trump, in case you didn't know, he thinks the president deserves an enormous amount of credit. So Van Jones, Chris Christie, John Bolton. These are good.
Bolton.
These are all good bedfellows to be in bed with. I'm just saying. Got 20.
So, Governor, are you surprised that the president ultimately did this?
I'm not, John, and I think that the president deserves an enormous amount of credit. This is against type for him. I'm sure it was a difficult decision, but what I think his analysis was he cannot live with a nuclear weaponed Iran. And Israel did all the heavy lifting. They wiped out any of their air defenses, really severely damaged them in what they've been doing over the last week and a half or two. And the president saw an opportunity that he might never have again. And I think we see the way we dealt with North Korea, that we missed opportunities to take them out before they became a nuclear power. I think Donald Trump looked at this and the president said, I'm not going to let the same thing happen in Iran in what is an even bigger powder keg in the world.
So I wanted to just throw out this because I don't try to get any of my I don't try to affirm my opinions by what they say on TV. But when it's almost there's two ways to look at this. Either Trump really did make the right move here, and even Van Jones and Chris Christie and John Bolton are all on board, or everybody in TV is just banging the drum for war because it leads to additional viewership and a boost in ratings. It's got to be either one of those two, or maybe perhaps both. But
I think it's the former.
Here's my question to the anti-war people, and I'm anti-war as well. But at some point, the true staunch advocates for no war, is there anything that can get you to engage in war from the bully or the person that's inflicting and doing the taunting, the destruction, and the killing? Right? Like, it's one of these things where, okay, you're peaceful and you're getting bullied at the schoolyard and you're just pushed and you're pushed and you're pushed, you're shoved, you got spit on, you get slapped, you get punched, you walk away, you walk away, you walk away. At what point do the anti-war people say, all right, you know what? This had to be done. Again, operating under the assumption that they had nuclear capabilities. Is there anything that can get you to be on board with doing something like this? So like Stocker, like you're anti-war.
Yeah. Yes.
But yet you're also, I'm going to bring Stocker, I'm going to throw Stocker under the bus here.
That's fine.
You're also the guy on when we play the fights on the planes where the girl has her hair pulled. What are you waiting for? Punch him. Punch that girl.
I love violence. Absolutely.
But yet
Absolutely,
but is there anything that where you would say, okay, regardless of who the president is, that this is the right act to do?
I was very pro going after bin Laden and the people who attacked us on 9/11. Okay. I think we went about it in the absolute wrong way. World War II. Yeah, I think that we needed to go in and stop that from happening. So no, I'm not anti-war. I'm just tired of these Middle East conflicts that we've been having for my entire adult life. Yeah. I'm just tired of it. You know what I mean? Nothing changes. Nothing ever does. It's just, we pick and choose this year whoever the administration is in charge tells us we need to be at war with and tells us who the enemy is. Well, it's all BS.
Well, my thing is, it's never going to, like, if I said this when they found Saddam in Tikrit in that little rat hole he was in with a little wooden box. I mean, that didn't change anything. Killing bin Laden executed 9/11. It took a decade to find him. Then next thing you know, we have ISIS. We have all these other, rebranded groups. Same thing with taking out the Ayatollah or Iran. Like, you can't. The characters will change, right? Bin Laden, Saddam, this guy, that guy, Baghdadi, al-Zarqawi, all these people that you've seen in the news and the movies that have been made about them. But it's the fundamentalist mindset that these radicalized people have. So with the course of time, the mission remains the same, but it's just the actors that change.
Right. I don't think you're ever going to get rid of the mindset.
Agreed.
Yeah.
That's why
But I'm okay with dropping a few bombs on Iran.
Yeah. Okay. You and I are exactly on the same page.
John Bolton, who I know this audience loves, he says, let me say unequivocally, I think President Trump made the right decision for America to attack Iran's nuclear weapon program. Roll 21.
Is Trump's national security advisor from his first term, Ambassador John Bolton. Mr. Ambassador, so grateful to see you. Thank you for being here.
Bad mustache.
Were you surprised that President Trump took such decisive action?
Well, let me say this unequivocally. I think President Trump made the right decision for America to attack Iran's nuclear weapons program. And I think we're on the verge of potentially seeing regime change in Iran as part of that. I think this is a huge change in the Middle East. It was a decisive action. It was the right thing to do. I thought somebody should do it for a long time, but better late than never.
You had me until the last 10 seconds, Bolton.
Regime change.
I might not like a regime. I don't think it's up to us to change that. I might not like certain speech in this country. I don't advocate for the silencing of bad speech or speech I disagree with. That's just me.
Yeah, but this is different than speech.
I know.
This is a regime that wants to kill us.
Right, but we have to learn to live with things that aren't our battle, that don't really directly impact us. That's not... I mean, think about this. If it's so bad in Iran, which I believe it is, and I don't know if, Harry, you were with us when we started this conversation, all the other Arab nations, why don't they take out that regime? Why doesn't Syria do it, or Iraq, or Lebanon, or...
They don't have the capability.
Okay. Well, they should
We do.
funnel their sources together.
Now,
Well, that's what we in Israel are doing.
Right.
I will say that there are many reports about all of the exiled Iranians who are watching this very carefully and hopeful that the current regime, who they claim is not really supported by the populace, if you will.
Yeah. Right, they're not.
And so, while maybe you think it's inappropriate for Trump to talk, and he's been careful on social media. I read his post from like 13 hours ago or 14 hours ago at this point. He said it's not politically correct to say regime change, but I think that what we're hearing, a swirl of people as far as the Iranian people, word from them that day by day, the current regime is weakened or fleeing, trying to run for cover type thing, and that they're hopeful that they all just flee, that they leave on their own, and that then they can have a new regime that way. That's one thing that's being said in the headlines.
Forgive me if I'm getting this wrong. Isn't that what happened in Syria with Bashar al-Assad, the president of Syria? Wasn't he overthrown and then on the run? Or am I misremembering that? It was a handful of months ago.
No, I think they're right.
Yeah. So if it can happen in Syria, why can't it happen in Iran? If the Syrian people overthrew him, and again, I don't know all the specifics. I'm just recalling this off the top of my head.
He left. I was looking for the date. So Bashar al-Assad left Syria in December.
Yeah, I remember.
Just in December.
Yeah, it was last fall, right before the holidays.
So they fled to Russia seeking asylum.
Yep.
Here's something we can all get on board with. Jasmine Crockett's an a-hole.
Oh, are we sure we don't do a little more Israel-Iran?
But how much credibility does Bolton have? When isn't he the guy that said Trump was unfit a few years ago?
That's that's why I'm playing it.
Yeah.
That's why I'm playing it. Because I'm just saying the strange bedfellows that all of a sudden are cheering this on. Lindsey Graham, John Bolton, Chris Christie. What do they all have in common? They're all neocon war hawks. That's what I'm saying. That has been my point the entire day. Who has been cheering this on? Neocon war hawks. The end.
So Trump is Bush.
I didn't say that.
Okay.
I did not say that.
But some people are, though. That's
yes,
the thing.
that is not me. It is not me.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is that it just reeks to me of I don't know, the last 20 years. That's it. That's all I'm saying.
And there are people in this audience that like Bush, so.
But it still needed to be done.
Yeah.
Says you.
Caroline Levitt putting out the word the strike Saturday did make our homeland safer because it took away Iran's ability to create a nuclear bomb. This is a regime that threatens death to America.
Okay. Well, she's gonna. She also said, she was also told not to say that we were. She's gonna say whatever the administration tells her to say. So that's her job. I get it. But let's not go to her like she's the gospel truth of anything.
As far as you playing different individuals who've been critics of Trump, and now they're all jumping on board. Laura Loomer, I don't know if you follow her. Greg probably is going to scoff at me.
She's a lunatic.
She put out word that a lot of the people you're seeing, and even Republicans, they're just looking to make their buck and jumping on board like the Chris Christies and Boltons. She didn't name names, but I think she's calling out some of them because she was saying, hey, look, for Swampsters, Trump is out of here in 3.5 years.
Mm-hmm.
So they want to make their buck.
Well, you can also look at it this way. We haven't had much bipartisan agreement in the last 10 years. It seems like striking Iran's nuclear facilities has bipartisan support. Haven't been able to say that too often about many things. For whatever it's worth. Maybe too little too late. But
we should take a break because we have Fight Club coming up at 9:10.
Don't forget, we still have Jasmine.
Because yes, I know I'm teasing. I have fights equal ratings today. This one today is pretty amazing.
Is this better than the YouTube chat against me?
Oh well, no, they're all against me now, Nick. So
all right, well, thank you for
the heat has been taken off you.
Stalker flew a couple of planes to Guam.
Yeah, that's
distracted the YouTube chat. Now I'm in the clear.
Road Warrior's the only one on my side, but that's fine. I don't care.
And by the way, Greg can take it.
Yeah,
I can take it.
They pay him a hefty salary, folks. He can handle it. He laughs every 2 weeks. All right.
Nick, talk to us about Bucks County State Traders.
I would be happy to, sir, because the reality is, folks, and we all know this, they don't make anything the way they used to, especially furniture. But that's why Bucks County Estate Traders is your summer home upgrade destination. Now, through July 7th, during their 4th of July sale, you can take 20 to 50% off select items store-wide. Doesn't matter the style, classic, modern, rustic, traditional, you'll find over 16,000 pieces of high-end furniture from vintage treasures to designer showstoppers. June 30th through July 7th. Every piece comes with a QR code, instant info. Their team, straight shooters who know their stuff. No pushy sales tactics. Very, very nice atmosphere. Shop the sale at buckscountyestatetraders.com and use the code USA25. That's USA25, or visit their Hatfield showroom, now open extended hours because everybody's working different shifts these days, as well as Sundays. So they're open 7 days a week. You don't want to miss this incredible 4th of July sale. Again, 20 to 50% off select items store-wide. Tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
It's an exciting time for my friends at the Piazza Auto Group and their 5 Honda dealerships. Honda, if you didn't know this already, Honda has won more 2025 Kelley Blue Book Consumer Choice Awards than any other brand, including Best Overall Brand, Most Trusted Brand, Best Value Brand. So whether you're eyeing the Accord, the CRV, or the Pilot, or the HRV, which is what I have, a little sporty, I traded it in for my old Big Mama minivan, if you've been following me. So you are choosing a vehicle backed by real drivers just like you. Come experience the award-winning excellence at Piazza Honda in Philadelphia. That's the one I go to. Make sure you say, hey, Awesome Ross, the boss. That's the one in Philadelphia. Or Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. So they're all over. And by the way, wherever I am in the area. So let's say I decide, even though I bought my vehicle from Philadelphia, let's say I'm up in Langhorne, I'm doing some shopping up there. I can go to that Piazza too, which I have, my husband has. So that's the nice thing about being within the Piazza Auto Group. You're always covered. Shop online at piazzahonda.com for today's special offers. piazzaautogroup.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Leaves raked. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? There are so many great choices. Is it the delicious crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake, so choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, except no substitutes.
Bring on the summer heat with huge savings when you replace your old, inefficient windows and doors with my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. If you got drafty windows you've been meaning to replace, then get 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple-pane windows. You need new doors? Then Guida's got you covered there as well with 40% off all high-quality entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, start your project with no money out of pocket and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. Do not let these incredible savings pass you by. Go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these limited time savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires July 31st. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or go to GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Hey, this is Larry Stitus with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves with Active Liver from New Nordic. Find in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or Amazon, or newnordicusa.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick, where their focus is on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience with a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They are focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Bum, 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 bum.
9:03, Kayal and Company. As we begin the fourth and final hour here on a Monday, Peter McKeon, Highlight Electric, with the playlist all week long. A generous donation by Peter, as always. You can take the playlist for a healthy donation, greg.stocker@odyssey.com.
Yeah.
You can also submit your Fight Club submissions, which is coming up in 6 minutes.
Yeah, Jesus, by the way, sent us a sent me a playlist. I only do playlists for people who make contributions to charities. So you have to make a hefty donation to Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. This playlist is from the Travis Manion Foundation, but right now we're trying to raise money for Travis Manion or for Families Behind the Badge. So if you want to make $1,000 donation, you can have a playlist.
That's right. We are just at $5,000 towards our 15K goal.
Yeah.
And we have less than 4 weeks.
Oh, boy.
GregStalkerSucks.com. Come on, people.
You know he does. Come on.
Make those donations.
Everybody's...
Is that for the bike race? Is that what that's about?
Yes. Excuse me, Harry. It's not a race. It's a ride. Okay?
Oh, right.
Nobody's racing.
We're just
I stand corrected, but I saw Nick Kayal yesterday in some tight golf clothes. And he doesn't look anywhere near to being in shape to do this bike ride.
Nope. I was
not nice.
I was a little gassed.
I'm just saying what I'm just reporting the news,
It's true.
Dawn.
It's true. I was a little out of breath climbing out of a bunker yesterday.
Harry.
Yeah.
By the way, a woman would never do that to her girlfriend.
Shame them? Please.
Like, not publicly. Behind their back, they would have.
Well, behind their back, but that's not the way
Guys
we
just
roll here.
go there out front.
They
do.
do.
Guys are just like, dude, you know.
Get up, Harry.
I
was actually thinking.
That's not nice.
You got the first two letters right. FA is correct. Take off the B and add a T. I'm in.
See, when everybody gets all their panties in a bunch because Nick is yelling at YouTubers. He yells at himself. He makes fun of himself.
I am my harshest critic.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah.
You are. There's not many talk show hosts that are self-deprecating.
Self-deprecating, yeah.
You are definitely one of them.
I was going to go no belt yesterday on the golf course, but it's a private joint, and I figured Harry would kick me
Yeah.
out.
Oh, yeah.
Some
but he
people-
took the belt off as soon as he got done on the 18th hole.
I was like Chris Christie on a flight. I was like, oh.
Oh, he couldn't wait to unbuckle that thing.
Some people don't tell us their age and tell us and pretend they're 6'2".
I do lie about my height. I have claimed to be 5'10". I am not. I was listed at 6 foot in the high school football program.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Wait. You were listed as what?
6 feet.
6 feet.
6 feet.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Well, maybe you shrunk. Like,
Oh,
what's that
with,
called? The compression of the spine?
Yeah.
Oh, stop. He didn't shrink. He lied about his height.
You gotta do that. What's the machine that you hang upside down and it decompresses your
It
spine?
stretches you?
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to get stretched. Nick definitely needs to get stretched. All right, let's get back to. We can all agree Jasmine Crockett is a horrible human.
Yes.
Horrible
Consensus.
human. Horrible human.
But not ugly.
No. She is upset because let me look at this here.
I mean, I wouldn't say no.
Trump didn't holla at her.
Oh.
About
I thought she wasn't a holla back girl. Or is that the bad song from the?
Can you imagine?
That's Gwen Stefani.
Can you imagine a United States like was she Congress? She's a
congresswoman.
Congresswoman.
Can you imagine this representative saying, "I'm mad because Trump ain't hollering at me"?
He doesn't need the holler at the press. All they had to do was reach out to Schumer and Hakeem. Stay in your lane.
They're all this hideous individual.
I go back in on Monday. You could have hollered at us on Monday.
Ugh.
If you truly felt like there was something like, there is nothing that they will say that
Can
will...
I just say something real fast about this video as she's talking quote unquote street?
Mm-hmm.
She's being driven. She's being driven in a. She's in the back of an SUV, being driven, talking into her $2,000 phone, and she's speaking like she's from Compton.
Right.
It is ridiculous. It is absolutely ridiculous. She's a phony.
Yeah, it's code. What is it? Code speak?
Well, yeah.
Code break?
Yes.
Code switch?
She grew up in a more privileged environment than Nick or I.
Yeah.
That is just a fact.
I grew up more hood than she did.
You did.
But she looks good.
You absolutely
She
did.
does look good.
Yeah, she does.
She looks good.
Yeah. Yeah. No complaints there.
She doesn't need to speak like that, and she does because she's trying to sound have street cred.
Yeah, you're right. But lost in all of this is the sense of entitlement of, hey, we don't work weekends, homie. Couldn't you have waited until Monday to reach out to us before you bomb Iran?
Yeah.
You know, I was out of the office since 2 o'clock on Friday.
Oh,
Trump doesn't take days off.
No, he doesn't.
So
No.
true.
Roll this.
I go back in on Monday. You could have hollered at us on Monday. If you truly felt like there was something like, there is nothing that they will say that will make me believe that this action needed to take place, and it needed to take place without the consultation of the Congress. All right. Give me one more.
How can the Senate be involved and make them?
Oh, listen to this. Give me one more. Hey, producer, give me another one.
Listen, y'all was talking about accountability. The systems have broken down.
And who is that?
The systems have broken down.
Who is that guy?
That's her handler.
Her little
that's
handler.
that's her.
Wow.
That's her assistant. That's what's so infuriating.
This is
about
like
this
driving Ms. Crockett.
Yes, yes. She's being driven in an SUV with her assistant next to her, talking in her $2,000 phone with a Blazer that probably costs more than Nick's truck.
Yep.
And we are, and you know, she's speaking like, hey, he ain't holla at me. Like, ugh.
And as Harry pointed out, you know, she went to private schools. Her dad's a preacher. Her parent, you know what I mean? Like she went to a high
Yes.
college, like
She's an
private
act.
schools. Like she never spoke like that in her life.
No.
By the
No.
way, her parents would have sent her
No.
up to her room if she spoke like that. You know?
Exactly.
It's the same thing with AOC, with the certain vernacular and the way it's all about appealing to a certain demo, a certain target audience within your district.
It's just not
AOC's
genuine.
getting fat, too. You see that?
She's been hanging out with me.
Some pictures of her. She's getting fat.
AOC.
She gets puffy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? Moving forward,
Seriously.
Harry, I'm not fat anymore, Harry. I'm puffy.
You're just puffy.
You're puffy.
I'm a
It's
little
retention.
puffy. I got a puffy torso.
Little water retention.
A little bit.
some people retain more than others. I'm not even men and women.
Nick's retaining a ton right
My
now.
liver's retaining a ton of Tito's.
You know, it's,
Harry, why can't I?
You know what's going to be funny?
here it is.
You know what's going to be funny, Nick? Honest to God,
When
know,
you
you
dust me
claim
by 2 hours?
No, you claim you're out of shape. You may be, you may not be. I don't know. You're definitely not fat.
No, you're not. And
we
by the
kid.
way,
but you are going to dust me by probably 2 hours. I swear to God.
I'm just going to hang out with you. We're going to shoot the breeze the whole way down.
No, that's not.
I
happening.
am more bothered.
No, that's not happening.
I am more bothered
No.
by the YouTube chat saying that you haven't. I'm confused by what Nick's stance is on Israel.
I know.
Versus, you could call me fat in the YouTube chat. I don't care. I agree.
I know.
Soccer doesn't want to shoot the breeze with anybody for 3 hours.
I don't want to shoot the breeze with anybody. I hate talking. I hate it.
I love sticking people.
I hate talking to people. I just do.
Great industry,
Dumb,
by the way.
Dumb small talk.
Great career choice.
Yes.
Well, I'm talking to you three. You know what I mean? Like I love you three. Like I can talk, but don't talk to me at 10:02.
Yes, that's how I feel. That's why I go home and take a nap.
All right, are you guys ready?
I'm ready.
I'm Rouseborn.
Kayal and Company Fight Club.
You're looking for a fight.
I am looking for a fight.
Fights will go on as long as they have to.
We know fights equal rating.
You got knocked the out, man.
All right, Fight Club on this Monday, sponsored by Tri-County Auto Group. 3 locations, 1 priority. You visit tricounty.com. Have you done this yet? Have you gone to tricounty.com? Brian Krieger is the man. He sponsors Fight Club. He sponsors our endeavors on 1210 WPHT, and you need to patronize him. Tricounty.com. Go there right now, Fight Club. He's like, give me fights because I know fights equal ratings. He knows how to do this. All right, this happened in a girl's bathroom.
Oh, and these girls look young.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. This
could be my daughter's in middle school.
Not sure if this is a middle school or this was sent in by, I think Gigi Gadget sent this in. She's, between her and Ed Durr, I have enough fights. Like, they send me about 5 fights a day.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
I love the fact that we have politicians contributing to the Fight Club.
Love it. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Ed is a better associate producer than some of the associate producers we have.
It's unbelievable.
Really?
If Jack Chitterelli wants to send in something, or Bill Spadia, or Josh Shapiro, we'll take them. We'll take bipartisan fights from any sector of society.
I've gotten more fight submissions from Ed Durr than I've gotten from anybody else, including you two.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Back's a little sore lately.
Just kidding.
Why is your back sore?
Hey, just carrying my family, the show.
Carrying the show. Okay.
Well, just
There you go.
Look, man,
at you.
Yeah. I'm human.
I know.
Sometimes I wear down.
Am I not human? Do I not bleed?
I'm ready for vacation.
I know you
It's
are.
only Monday, folks.
I know you are.
Just wait till Friday. I might burn the whole thing down.
Remember, we do have to come back eventually. So when you decide, you're like,
Oh, I missed that
At this place, I'm out of here.
Oh.
By the way, before we do Fight Club,
yeah,
Moosey on the YouTube chat sent in something. Phil, do you have that photo that I submitted to you? We'll get back to Fight Club in 1 second. Thank you, Tri-County Auto Group.
I see it.
Do you see this?
What?
Greg Stoker? Is there a way to zoom in on that? I guess there's not.
Not Bram Stoker, but Greg Stoker.
Is that like a Bizarro me?
Stoker. Yeah, and the hair, he's got a little.
Yeah. Well, I don't even know the mother of all talk shows. I don't even know what this is. It's like a YouTube show or something like that with a guy who looks like Dick Tracy with a hat on.
Douglas McGregor.
Yep.
Colonel Douglas McGregor and Greg Stoker.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. There's a Bizarro me.
The mother of all talk shows with George Calloway.
Floating around here.
George Calloway. Hey, it sounds like a bad afternoon drive show on an AM station in like Bismarck. The George Calloway Show, the mother of talk shows.
That's me, by the way. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT.
Produced by Greg Stoker.
I know there are other Greg Stalkers, because I do
a common
know that,
name,
but
yeah.
it's a pretty common name. But
how many stalkers can I rattle off here? We've got Greg Stocker,
Kevin Stocker
from the Phillies.
If I get, you know how many times I'm asked if I'm related to him? No, I'm not.
You could just say, well, he could be a distant cousin.
Could be.
He could be my
Could be.
father. I don't know. My mother was. No, I'm kidding.
I am not your father.
Greg Stoker.
All right, let's get back to Fight Club. YouTube.com, because fights equal ratings. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. While you're there, please hit the like and subscribe buttons. I'm not like Harry. 168 likes. I don't like that.
That's low.
Yeah, that's a low. I need to get over 200. So
There's
get
almost 600 watching.
Yeah,
too.
get over to YouTube. Get over to YouTube right now and hit the like and subscribe buttons if you have not done so. We give you all this entertainment for so long. All right, let's get to chicks fighting in a bathroom. Roll it. Oh, wow. Oh, look at
Watch the hair. Watch the sink.
Wow, look at that sink. Yikes.
Stall.
Oh, wow, they're really. Oh,
Yep.
she hit the sink. Oh,
Yep.
yikes. Oh, man. All of these people are just filming?
Yeah, somebody's just standing there. They're actually doing a good job of filming this one.
What I
too.
say? You done? Like, did you see Heather? She said, "Wait a second." Like, hold on. Pause for 1 second. I gotta fix something.
I gotta tell you, man. Like,
yeah, that's
girls fight dirty.
Yeah,
they do.
Phil, just roll it without the video, without the audio. I just so we can talk over it. I'm gonna say 7th grade, maybe 8th.
Wow.
You think it is?
My daughters are probably 2 years away from that.
Yeah.
2 to 3 years. Yeah.
I think the girl in the gray won.
I'll tell you what, with all these fights, if we've learned anything, especially for the parents out there, if you're in my boat, Greg's boat, Dawn's boat, I know Dawn's kids are 40, but she treats them like they're 12 still.
Why not? David's a teenager. He just
Teenager who's 18.
If you have girls out there, you have to find a way to teach them a retaliatory effort to the hair grab.
Yeah.
Because once the hair is grabbed, you're no longer in control. And then your
Right.
daughter's in deep doo-doo.
Yeah.
So I don't
Do
know
you think
what
that
have
was
to do.
staged, that fight?
No, that was very.
no.
I mean, like,
No.
it did look very physical, didn't it? No?
It was very furious, yeah.
And
But
by
the
the
way
way,
it ended.
yes, I know they're probably minors, but, like, you don't see their face. So, like, you know.
By the way, this is all public anyways. These are all
this
grabbed
was-
from TikTok.
Yes, this was all put out on social media because as our life goes, everything goes out on social media, right?
Yeah. And you've got multiple. You've got the girl in the back of the corner. She went back into stall number 1. She's like, I'm out.
It's the safest
Let me go
place
finish
to
my
be.
let me go finish my business here as I was reading the Wall Street Journal.
Yeah.
You know?
Um,
That's a pretty good one. I don't know
Yeah.
that we might have some stuff with better details around it, but on a sheer
fight
rage factor,
Yeah.
this might be the winner already.
Agreed.
It's
Agreed.
pretty intense.
It is. And it's only
Yeah.
Monday.
I'm hoping my girls don't get into a fight like
Think about what Friday's going
Wow.
to bring. So they arrested Caitlin Clark's stalker. I didn't realize she had a stalker.
Wait,
I didn't either.
Caitlin Clark.
Caitlin Clark's stalker,
Yes.
Looks just like a stalker would look like.
And buddy, he is as crazy as you think he would be. He walked in, he goes, "I am guilty as charged."
Well.
they're like, "Sir, this is only a hearing.
This is a preliminary.
Sir, this is a Wendy's." Roll this. Look at this guy. Yikes almighty.
Oh, wow.
Morning, Mr. Lewis.
Guilty.
No, sir. This is initial hearing.
Oh,
We
sorry.
are not.
I thought this was the trial.
You have a right to remain silent, and I expect you to exercise that. Okay, this is just telling you what the charges are.
Oh.
You do not listen. I'll give you a chance to talk. Not your time.
Throw me the bookie.
Stop talking.
Throw him the bookie.
Can you imagine?
Oh.
A judge is telling
Yeah.
this guy to stop talking?
This is like Joe Pesci in the beginning of My Cousin Vinny.
Yeah.
When he doesn't follow
No.
the rules of criminal procedure.
Yep.
Now, is he acting crazy or is he really crazy?
Well, if he's stalking somebody, then he's definitely.
I don't know. He looks crazy. He looks like
does.
he hasn't emerged from his basement until the pandemic was over. God.
Yeah.
I didn't know that Caitlin Clark had a stalker.
Yeah.
I thought it was just Angel Reese.
Yeah, I thought it was all the other women in the WNBA.
Yep.
Which, by the way, you know, with
Yeah.
that whole Angel Reese situation and now the Sophie Cunningham thing, between the violence, the fights, the bullying, and then the hot chick enforcer for Caitlin Clark, it's amazing how the WNBA has not made a positive headline for anything on the court other than
Yeah.
Caitlin Clark
It's true.
and her ability,
Mhm.
and they
Mhm.
refuse to acknowledge that part of it.
Yep, I know. By the way,
I still refuse to watch it.
Yeah,
Good for you.
As do most
Good
people.
work. As do most women.
Yes.
By the way, the Never Ending Cut Sheet is sponsored by Staples. How many times have we all said, well, that was easy. The Staples button is back. And it's got us saying it again for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos, plus quality products delivered next day to over 98% of the United States. Staples. That was easy.
Yeah.
The Never Ending Cut Sheet. There's just a lot happening. So there was a soccer game at the Link over the weekend.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, speaking of things that nobody
fans
watches.
went nuts.
Yeah. Well, they were lighting. It looked like the Link was going to catch fire. Watch this video. Roll this. Look at this. When somebody scores a goal.
Where is this team from? Is it South America?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like this may be how you behave there, but not at our beloved Link.
This looks like the riots in Los Angeles.
It does. It does.
Yes.
YouTube.com/@1210WP. Can you look at that?
There's better pyrotechnics than you see at a concert.
I know.
Oh my God.
Now, were those fans shooting that off?
Yes.
Yeah.
That looked dangerous.
Didn't it?
Yeah. Where's Big Dom in security?
WAC official is the
That's the name of the team?
Well, no, that's the Twitter name. You know what I mean?
Oh.
So.
Soccer fans. They're unhinged too.
What is it? FIFA.
They are.
It's FIFA, right? It's out there.
Well, is that one of
That's the governing body of soccer.
Was this an MLS game?
No.
I don't know.
Okay. You know, I'd be okay if we just deported soccer out of the
Aren't
country.
you guys the sports people? Shouldn't you guys know this stuff?
Yeah, I watch sports. I just don't watch soccer.
I think it was one of those
Soccer's not a sport.
friendlies or something that they have during the summer.
Oh, really? They just
United
play
States.
for the hell of it? That's
Yeah,
lame. That's
it's
lame.
like these foreign teams come in and everybody gets crazy.
Yeah, soccer's anti-American. Soccer.
Man,
I like soccer.
I gotta tell you, man. That is a diehard bunch. Though.
Oh, I know.
People who love soccer love soccer.
Yeah. I used to trigger soccer guy back in the day.
One more here. Sonny Hostin. So they did a behind the scenes show where their executive producer sat down in an auditorium type area and asked the ladies of the View questions.
Oh, it's like a Pints in Politics.
Yeah, but Sonny Hostin gets clearly uncomfortable when the executive producer Brian Teta asked her about how she single-handedly took down the Democratic Party with her questioning of Kamala Harris.
Wait, the producer of The View?
Yeah, said that 28.
So she went full stalker.
Yeah,
or he went full stalker.
Roll this.
Look at this.
The last time we sat down for a live podcast, it was October 8th of last year. It feels like longer.
Wow.
But it happened to be, it was a month before the presidential election. And it happened to be the day that former vice president.
By the way, stop it for a second. This guy definitely looks like the executive producer of The View, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
He's jockeying for his future here.
Look at this. He could be Chris Hayes. Who, he just looks like he could have a primetime show on MSNBC.
Were you expecting somebody to look like Joe Rogan?
No, I was no.
It's like on the calendar, beta mail calendar.
Okay, so let's rewind it. Let's rewind it. Yeah. Okay, ladies. Let's all
The last time we
gossip.
sat down for a live podcast, it was October 8th of last year. It feels like longer.
Wow.
But it happened to be, it was a month before the presidential election. And it happened to be the day that former Vice President Kamala Harris joined our table for an interview.
Oh.
It made quite a bit of news, created some viral moments. I guess I'll start with Sonny.
Sonny ruined it. It's Sonny's
Joy.
fault she didn't win.
Sonny,
Top row Bayhart.
we can't ignore the fact that you may have single-handedly taken down the Democratic Party.
Wow.
Some would say democracy itself. With one question that you asked Vice President Harris about what she would do differently than President Biden, how President
Do y'all
Harris...
remember that?
Yeah.
Hard to forget.
Take me back to that moment and
How hard did you think that question was going to be?
Well, did you know instantly that this was going to be meaningful the way she answered it?
I knew it instantly when she answered it, which is why I asked a follow-up question. Is there one thing? You know, because I knew. I could see the soundbite, and I knew
She admitted she was helping her.
I thought it was a really fair question.
What a
and I thought
hideous-
it was a question that she would expect.
It wasn't a gotcha question.
By any means.
It
It shouldn't
never
have been
my
a gotcha
intention.
question.
But I think we ask tough questions because I think our viewers
Oh,
want
yeah.
to hear those
Yeah,
answers.
for a 5-year-old.
Right?
Right.
It wasn't a tough. Yeah, thank you, Dawn.
It was a softball.
It was,
Yes.
and then when she couldn't answer it, she admitted she tried to help her.
Yeah, Dumb and Dumber.
Oh,
Yep.
hideous.
Harry, is there any dollar amount out there that could get you to take Brian Tata's job?
No.
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 Oh, you, dude.
A man who loves golf and luxury and fine dining and cocktails. 7 figures, you wouldn't produce that show with those 5 hens?
No way.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's definitely making a couple mil for that.
Stalker, you do it for $2.5 million?
No.
You're a liar.
I'm gonna like I don't know what I'm gonna do when this gig ends, but it ain't gonna be that.
No,
it's not gonna be that. By the way, Chris Appolito brings up a good point about the link and the soccer match. Did they have to carry those flares into the link? Because
Well, that's why I was asking. How does that get through security?
Yeah.
Right?
Well, like
is Big Dom off for the summer?
That's a great
Can't
question.
bring anything into the
You
link.
can't nothing.
No,
nothing.
Can't even get a bottle of water in from an
Yeah.
outside venue.
Yeah.
They brought in enough road flares that looked like they were lighting up Los Angeles.
Wasn't there the Hoagie Gate years ago?
Yes.
Where you couldn't bring sandwiches in?
Yep, 100%. Yeah. But these guys are bringing flare. I wonder if they're a little more lenient because, it's people,
soccer.
And, it's people from another country, too.
I'll tell you where they are really strict is Dorney Park.
Yeah.
My wife and daughters, they get the summer pass every year. Like one trip pays for the whole pass. I refuse to go because it's a hellhole. But you can't get any. I mean, they search your purses, your carry-on, your little knapsack, the little carryover bags. You cannot bring anything in there because they want to charge you $17 for a Pepsi.
Yeah. All right, Harry. That's what we have for what's on the cut sheet.
Great job, brother.
Thank you.
Well, I was impressed though with Marco Rubio's appearance on the talk shows this weekend. Though I don't know how you guys felt.
What is this post cut sheet commentary? What else?
Yeah, well, I just
that's a good
was
idea,
kind of
the post.
impressed.
Yeah. Yeah, give us post game analysis.
'Cause
Anything else
I've
you
never
wanna go?
had an opinion about him either way, and I came away impressed with him.
I think he has grown on a lot of the MAGA base from where he was 9 years ago, right? Like he's not even
totally.
He's not even referred to as little Marco anymore.
Right.
There are
right.
some people think that he's been more impressive than J.D. Vance in these first.
No,
few
I
months.
wouldn't agree with that, but I think he's been impressive.
All right. Anything else? Anything else you want to get off your chest?
No, that's about it.
All right. Well, you can stick around as long as you'd like, sir.
Harry.
We can't get rid of Bruno fast.
Even though
Bruno never wants to leave.
Even though you were a meanie pants about Nick.
Well, not to you, Dawn.
No, he was mean to
not
me
to
today.
Nick.
Yeah, he let Dawn off the hook
No.
today.
But to Nick.
Yeah.
I mean, talking about his belt.
I'm trying to motivate him.
I need it. All right.
All right.
Thanks,
See
brother.
ya.
There he is. Harry Mays will come back at a big 3 from Dawn Stensland. And then, of course, our morning mystery movie clip. We've got another prize for you today in music history and what's on tap for the Dawn Show in just over 30 minutes. Stay right there.
Get ready for summertime with Jack Daniels and Coca-Cola ready-to-drink cans. Head to your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store now to take advantage of $2 off 6-packs of the Jack and Coke Variety Pack, featuring 2 cans each of the original Jack and Coke, Jack and Cherry Coke, and Jack and Vanilla Coke, all perfectly mixed at 7% ABV. Perfect for down the shore or hanging with friends in the backyard. Celebrate responsibly. Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniels Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniels and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniels Properties Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Hey, buongiorno. Dom Giordano here. After nearly 15 years of European splendors, I'm so excited about our tour to Sicily and Calabria. Nobody masters Italy like Conservative Tours. In fact, our guide Lorenzo and the team all hail from Calabria. Picture the bustling, colorful markets of Palermo, framed by the azure Mediterranean. Admire the awesome beauty of the architecture that recalls the invasions of the Arabs and the Normans. It's a challenge to fully slot Sicily into Italy's culture and nationhood. The Byzantine mosaics of Monreale attest to this distinction. Local wineries where dining events will amaze: Marsala, Trapani, Cephalou, and a remnant of Greek civilization, the Valley of the Temples. All this $55.44, including airfare. Call 888-733-9493 or go to conservativetours.com. Conclude with one of the best unknown destinations in Italy, Calabria. I'll see you on the cliffs of Taormina. We'll have an Aperol spritz in the afternoon sun. Ciao, Philadelphia.
June means road trips, beach weekends, and non-stop summer fun. And United Tire is here to make sure your car is ready to roll. Right now, during the Grill and Go event, when you buy 2 or more tires, you'll get $50 off any other service your vehicle needs. Need an alignment, brakes, or just want the best road hazard protection? United's got you covered. From oil changes and inspections to brand new tires, trust the skilled techs at United Tire to keep you moving. Schedule your service today at UnitedTire.com.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
From Pottstown to Vincenttown, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Kayal Company, 9:33. It is a Monday morning, already 89 degrees in the Delaware Valley. Going to be a heater for the first half of the week. We'll get to the movies, the music, and what's on tap in a moment. But right now, let's find out what Dawn has lined up for a Big Three at 9:33.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal Company.
And Big Three at 9 this hour, sponsored by Wisfis Bank, WSFS Bank, sponsoring us as we enter into the hot zone. Yes, we have code orange alerts, and we are facing the heat indices this week will exceed 100 degrees. That means the feel-like temperatures, and we won't get any relief until Wednesday, 8 p.m. So all of these health alerts going out, warning everybody, especially those who work outside. I don't have a list of cancellations of, any cancellations of anybody who works outside. So you still got to work, but they're really putting out these warnings. And as well, this is amid all of these power outages from the storms that we endured from last Thursday. My power was just restored Saturday, so thank you, PECO. But crews around the area, thousands of people still without power. A concentration of those individuals are located in Montgomery County, Pennsylvania, where at least 6,000 people are still without power as we heat up. And again, no HVAC, no AC for those individuals until, I don't know if they're being given a timeline, but certainly even if you put ice in your fridge and try to cool things down, the food is spoiling. No refrigeration. That means medications, are at risk, all of that. So PECO thanking people for their patience, saying that their crews have been out 24/7 working to restore power.
Yeah, you have to do what the Bundys did in Married with Children. Pull up a lawn chair, go to your local Acme, set up shop in the dairy aisle, and just chill.
Or go to a movie. We went to Mission Impossible this weekend.
Yeah? How was
Yeah,
that?
It was good.
Yeah?
It was good.
A lot of people say
Long.
Tom Cruise still has it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was good.
All right.
But, what do you do? And by the way, the Plymouth Meeting movie theater, where I think the Kayal family sometimes goes.
Well, that's where Phil goes during matinee power outages.
So they were still without power
Really?
on Saturday. Yep.
Wow.
So we had to go to the low energy one on Ridge Pike, which they have the worst food
Yeah.
and no booze.
You should go to a do they still have any drive-throughs that are operational?
It's a great question.
I mean, the
Well, not
Del's.
drive-throughs, drive-ins.
I knew what you meant. The Delsey is in obviously
Glassboro?
in Delsey in South Jersey is like the best, and their food is actually really good.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I love the Delsey.
Yeah.
Take your kids there.
Drop it in the YouTube chat if you have any, if there is any drive-in recommendations. I have Mizan drive-through.
There used to be a couple up in the Lehigh Valley when I was growing up in the 90s.
Becky's. And what was the other one?
There was one in Walnutport.
Yeah.
I forget the name of it.
And some were created. Yeah, call us because remember there was one created in the Pennsylvania suburbs during COVID.
Yes.
Remember that?
Yeah.
So I don't know if they're still operational. Also, in our big three, I just will point out.
Wait, hang on, Phil.
Yes?
Phil, jump onto the mic. You said there's one.
Yeah, Shankweiler's.
Shankweiler's. Where's that? Where's that?
Your
I
audio.
forget exactly where it is. I just know Shankweiler's because I follow them on Facebook. So.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Thanks,
Try to
Phil.
get that info. And U.S. Department of Homeland Security issuing a national terrorism bulletin warning of possible cyber attacks and violence, including anti-Semitic hate crimes following U.S. attacks on Iranian nuclear sites that we've talked a lot about. So those bulletins, local police responding as well, everybody on heightened alerts. And if you see something, say something.
Shankweiler's is in Orfield, PA.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's also Lehigh Valley.
Thank you, Peter.
It sounds like there has to be one in Bucks County. No? Like, Bucks County sounds like the perfect spot, as big as Bucks County is.
Let us know.
I'm going
You
to
guys
search
gotta
it.
let us
I'm
know.
going to search it right.
So we are sponsored by Wisvis Bank on this hot day. Where there's a Wisvis, there's a way at WSFS Bank and Bryn Mawr Trust. Your goals matter. Discover local expertise with national capabilities, all with the personal service you deserve. WSFS, we stand for service. Thank you, Wisvis Bank, for sponsoring our Big Three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. The 10 best drive-in theaters in Bucks County. Let's see what do we have time to mention this real quick?
Real quick, dude.
All
real
right.
quick.
Let's see here. These aren't drive-thrus. What a lie. That's a lie. Fake news, folks. Bad tease on the headline. All right, we'll come back and we will get to Jimmy Kelly's movie clip as well as Phil Almquist. 9 o'clock hour brought to you by American Heritage Credit Union. Your home ownership journey starts with the MyCU Home Connection program from American Heritage Credit Union. Get started at AmericanHeritageC-U.org/home connection, insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity, NMLS 433. 838.
Speaking of movies, we're playing today, and I should have sent this to you, Nick. I'm going to send this to you now. You're playing for a pair of Fandango movie codes to see this summer's high-octane, action-packed ultimate underdog story, F1 the movie.
Oh.
We just talked about this last week.
We did, yes.
So your chance to win a pair of tickets to see, or movie codes, because nobody has tickets anymore, to see F1 will be coming up next.
Cool.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Don't get left in the dark. Power up with a Generac generator from MT Rule, your local Generac generator dealer. Certified technicians properly size and install your generator with true turnkey service. Free estimates, financing options, peace of mind, and annual service contracts. Plus, 1210 listeners get a special offer, a 5-year extended warranty, 1 year of free mobile link monitoring, and a free whole house surge protector. Call 610-539-2920. 610-539-2920.
Do you have 10,000 $1,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just 1 day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When we place our loved ones in a nursing home, we expect them to receive the best care. We meet with families who learn that their mothers and fathers, grandmothers and grandfathers have been terribly abused in nursing homes. Bed sores, malnutrition, broken bones, dehydration, and yes, even death. If you believe that a loved one has been abused or neglected while living in a nursing home, call us. The consultation is free.
Morgan & Morgan, 2005 Market Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-885-9700. 800-885-9700. That's 800-885-9700.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Hey, it's Jack Fritz. Join me on the boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey to see Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in a musical salute to Philly sports on Saturday, July 12th. I'll be out front before the show signing my new book, Ring the Bell, which is all about our beloved Phils. Get tickets to the show at joeconklin.com and buy the book at ringthebellbook.com. joeconklin.com!
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in Wildwood, July 11th, and Ocean City, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The most important part of your financial future is the firm you choose. You see, all financial firms are not the same. Traditional firms that sell securities can't guarantee income and are vulnerable to bankruptcies, market losses, capital gains taxes, and ongoing fees. But the exclusive crash-proof retirement system continues to protect over 6,000 clients from market losses and bankruptcies, and provides guaranteed tax-favored income with the potential for double-digit interest returns with no fees whatsoever. Our one-of-a-kind proprietary system continues to protect billions of dollars in assets. Are you in or near retirement? There's only one crash-proof retirement for the American retiree. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
When it comes to DSPs, usability matters. Some platforms bury you in complexity. Results-driven advertising shouldn't look like a chemistry experiment. Viant's AI-powered DSP streamlines setup, automates measurement and optimization, and keeps you in control. Less clicking, more strategy. And with proven CTV leadership across premium publishers, Viant works smarter and delivers stronger. Why are you still trading on a desk? Visit Viant.ai to unlock real results today.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
948, Kayal and Company. We were mentioning drive-in movie theaters. Phil Almquist mentioned one in Orfield, Pennsylvania. Couldn't find any in Bucks County, but there are a few in New Jersey. So all of our Jersey listeners, you're probably aware of one in Vineland as well as Marlton.
So the Delsey Drive.
That's
New Jersey.
It's New Jersey. Yeah, that's one we mentioned. I think that's the only drive-in left in New Jersey. I'm not 100% sure about that, but
they say, according to Google, Marlton Premier Outdoor Movies, but I don't know if that's operational. But that's what came up.
Interesting.
And we say that to say this, Jimmy Kelly. What do we have for the morning mystery movie clip?
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
I have today's forecast for you. Hot! The color for today is black. That's right, black, so you can absorb some of these rays and save that heat for winter. So you want to get on out there, wear that black, and be involved. Also, today's temperature is going to rise up over 100 degrees, so there's a Jerry Curl alert. That's right, Jerry Curl alert. If you have a Jerry Curl, stay in the house, or you'll end up with a permanent plastic helmet on your head forever.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
All right, today's prize, once again, Greg Stocker, is what?
Oh, I just sent it to you.
I still don't have it received.
It's tickets for F1.
Ah, okay.
I want to see
I
this.
should do this.
I'm waiting for the, I don't have the copy in my email.
Oh, a pair of tickets, a pair of Fandango movie codes to see the summer's high-octane, action-packed ultimate underdog story F1, the movie starring Brad Pitt as Formula One racing hero Sonny Hayes, only in theaters and IMAX on June 27th from Warner Brothers Pictures.
There you go. Caller 12-855-839-1210. Best of luck. And now we go from the movies to the music with Phil Almquist and what occurred today in music history.
What happened happened on this day in music history. Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, June 23rd, we celebrate the birthdays of Chris Holmes from Wasp, Charles Billy from Testament, and one-hit wonder Glenn Danzig. Heavily birthday shoutouts to Miles Goodwin from April Wine. Signal Coup, The Devil Went Down to Georgia by the Charlie Daniels Band in 79. Someone Saved My Life Tonight by Elton 75. And High Voltage by AC/DC on the same day. Album The Coup Meantime by Helmet in 92. I Never Said Goodbye by Sammy Hagar in 87. Dark Before Dawn by Breaking Ben in 2015. And the Labyrinth soundtrack in 86. Also in 90, Billy Idol was atop the mainstream rock chart with Cradle of Love. In 94, STP played Vaseline on the David Letterman Show. In 76, Paul McCartney and Wings played the last date of the Wings Over America tour. And in 96, Metallica was atop the album chart. But lastly, on this day in 77, Kisses Hotter Than Hell was certified gold. For Kayal & Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
Phil Almquist getting it done. As always, Dawn Stensland is coming up. Top of the hour, we find out what she has lined up just 8.5 minutes from now.
Yeah, there's so much breaking and as well local reaction, law enforcement action, and reaction. So we'll bring that to you. What is Trump's schedule today? And we've got the latest on Trump. A lot of other local news. How to achieve brain health. This is an amazing, there's a couple new studies about brain health and how you can statistically just wipe out these chances of things like dementia. So I love the health stories. So we're going to focus on that as well. But senior Pentagon officials, revealing some new details about the operation and the latest. So we'll take you through the timeline. You don't want to miss it. Stay right there.
All right.
I'm gonna give Dan a piece of audio that I didn't get to play, Dawn, that you should definitely play in your show. It is 30.
Was this on your cut sheet?
Yeah, 35. It is.
I sent him.
They explain how Operation Midnight Hammer was carried out, and the details in it are very, very cool. So, Dan, if you're listening, cut 35 on today's cut sheet is definitely worth playing at 10 o'clock when Dawn takes over. By the way, nobody knows that movie.
No.
Really?
No, apparently not. By the way, do we have, while we're still waiting on winner, time for one last tangent of the day?
Yes.
Do I have time?
Yeah.
My daughters have a dentist appointment tomorrow.
Here we go.
I don't know about you guys. These places where you have to schedule appointments, whether it's a dentist, a doctor, a massage, a chiropractor, you name it, the incessant reminders have got to stop. I have now received countless emails, text messages, voicemails. Mr. Kayal, please confirm. Mr. Kayal, don't forget. Mr. Kayal, will you be there tomorrow? When will it end? If I'm not going to make it, I'll let you know. Just assume I'll be there.
Some of them will charge you if you're a no-show.
I get that, and they should. They should.
So
but enough with the spam. Jeez. Press C to confirm.
Did you press the C?
No, I was going to press FU. That's what I was going to do.
You know what's funny is I missed an appointment last week because I never hit confirm. I saw it on my phone. I'm like, oh yeah, because I'm busy. I get 1,000 text messages.
I know it's
like
they just assume we're all just waiting for the appointment.
But I got the text message and I missed it, and I missed my appointment.
Yeah, and God forbid the dentist is not able to make his Porsche payment this month. John has identified the movie clip. John, what movie did we just play for you?
Do the Right Thing.
Yeah, John!
There you go. And you're going to go see F1, Formula One racing.
Awesome.
There you go. Congratulations,
Thanks, John.
All right, that'll do it for us. I'm basically out of things to complain about, but I'll figure out something else for tomorrow's show. Stay tuned. Dawn is up next, and we will see you tomorrow at 6.
Good night, everybody.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected